I thought you were going to Russia.
Oh, sir, actually things did not work out and they kept asking me again and again, and then things did not work out.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. But it was all well. It was, I joined them virtually though.
okay.
Yeah.
ठीक है, फिजा भी start.
Mhm.
Namaste and greetings. I am Fiza Mahajan, visiting researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, New Delhi. Prabhav एवं नीति अनुसंधान संस्थान नई दिल्ली extend a warm welcome to you all for joining us today for the last day of the Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, an online international winter school program. This 3-month Immersive Leadership Certificate Training Fellowship is proudly brought to you by the IMPRI Center for International Relations and Strategic Studies and the IMPRI Gender Impact Studies Center in collaboration with the Asia Foundation. Our chair for this program is Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI and the former professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. We are grateful for her continued guidance and leadership. The expert for today is Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, former Indian ambassador to Jordan, Libya, and Malta, distinguished fellow and head of the West Asia Experts Group at the Vivekananda International Foundation, and visiting distinguished fellow at IMPRI. We'll share video recordings of each session to support flexible learning at your convenience. The guidelines document will be emailed to you after the session for your perusal. And again, before we start today's session, I would like to announce housekeeping rules once again. It is imperative that you join the meeting on time. There will be a Q&A session after each presentation. Share your questions in the Q&A box and not in the chat box. The questions must be posted as an anonymous attendee. Ensure that your questions are precise and refrain from making general comments in the questions to save time. And now, without any further ado, I would like to request Professor Patel to start the session with her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Fiza, for welcoming and introducing the proceedings so far. Today we are on the 10th day. We had to add one day extra, 9th day on Sunday, and because we had to take the presentations of the participants. There are like over 60 presentations. We have so far completed only 32. So they are going to contribute the chapters. So today on day 10th, like we have, first of all, we would like to congratulate Ms. Nandita Baruah, Ms. Apurva Singh, Dr. Arjun Kumar, Dr. Simi Mehta for such a tremendous response for this course, not only in terms of number, but also the quality of participation and the engagement that the participants had. We also congratulate the coordination team of this course, Mr. Satyam Tripathi, Vidhita Jha, Shweta Sankar, and today's moderator, Fiza Mahajan. And I welcome Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, and who is here with us for valedictory address. And Ms. Nandita Baruah will be giving us closing remark on behalf of Asia Foundation. A brief overview of what all has transpired so far. We began on day 1 with inaugural address by Dr. Simi Mehta, who provided the profile of previous 2 courses on feminist foreign policy and the tremendous response that we got even for this. That time it was in terms of 100s, 700s, and 800s. This time we got 1100 responses, and it was really a Herculean task and very, very difficult task to select around 60 to 80 participants. We had to increase the participants. Originally, we wanted only 45. Ms. Nandita Baruah, on her very erudite opening remark, she focused on feminist foreign policy from the global, with the perspective of global South. And she also said that how it is becoming very, very important in terms of the lot of changes that have taken place in the responses to feminist foreign policy, and we need to see this from the intersectional lens, and also from the we need to push the envelope in this polarized world. We also had an overview from me from the what all has women's movement done in terms of transnational feminist solidarity right from 1975. And Nairobi Forward-Looking Strategy, ICPD, and CEDAW, they played an important role in global deliberations. We had a keynote address from Stephanie Foster, who spoke on one. God, I lost it. She gave a very enthusiastic presentation on feminist foreign policy, and she also talked about the four important concerns of gender equality, question of expanding national security to human security, elevation of diverse voices, and addressing historical power imbalances. And we had another, day two, we had Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya, who reconstructed various theories of international relations, and she also talked about the so many important contributions made by feminist foreign policies of 14 countries. And we had Dr. Keshav Giri, who talked about international relations and Eurocentrism. And he said that why it is important to have a post-colonial perspective and decolonization of our theories and praxis. On day three, we had a presentation on intersectionality and gender mainstreaming in Global South. And then we also talked about various peace agreements that we have had. On day four, we had Professor Anuradha Shenoy, who spoke on women, war, and peace and security in South Asia, based on her personal involvement or working with the refugees and also interactions with so many oppressed nationalities and ethnic groups in Asia. Professor Mariam Sadat Khan, she spoke on global migration and feminist foreign policy. She gave several examples of African nations and the priority of which and the women's movement which prioritized gender justice. And she also talked about that whole history of slavery and the whole culture of survival of fittest and pursuit for profit that we need to oppose. And she also said that we don't need bootlickers of capitalist patriarchy and the queen bees in the international relations. We had presentation from Dr. Manisha Madhava, who spoke on engendering national security, and she critiqued the masculinization of the international relations and also very limited participation of women in the diplomatic dialogues. We had on day 5, Miss Rita Manchanda, she spoke on the refugee conditions, and she gave the vivid scenario of various refugee camps, whether they were for the Tamil refugees or Rohingya refugees, or the condition in Bangladesh at the time of Bangladesh war. And she said that we need to have a human rights code which are implemented by all the nation states so far as the refugee policy is concerned. And then on day 6, we had Atikul Nur Alami, who spoke from the Indonesian women's movement and how does it articulate feminist foreign policy in terms of ideology, semantics in Global South. And we had again second lecture by Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya, who spoke on feminist foreign policy and the UN agency. Lot of doubts and cynicism were raised by the participants. We had a very, very interesting debate on how UN has become more and more ineffective. While she said that if not UN, then what else do we have? We need to continue our effort, and we need to galvanize UN into action. And after that, we had Dr. Vaida Nayanar, who spoke on feminist foreign policy theory and practice. And she said that yes, 15 UN agencies and the international NGOs have stuck out their neck and they have taken stand on Gaza. She spoke about the International Commission of Jurists and International Criminal Court and its role in as a conscience keeper in the current times of tremendous polarization of nation states and the leaders, world leaders on Ukraine war and Gaza war. On day 8, we had Ms. Nandita Baruah, who spoke about why do we say that feminist foreign policy is an evolving idea. Her focus was on evolving idea, and she gave several examples of how feminist foreign policy in different countries were evolving based on the grounded reality. And she said that we need to have a bottom-up approach of revisiting what has happened in the past and also coming up with the equitable solution. And she, in the Indian context, she talked about these two concepts of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and also women-led development, which was raised during G20 consultation when India was the host country. And then we had presentations by the participants. That day we were able to take 18 presentations, and where participant came up with their PowerPoint presentation. and gave us the idea of what they were planning to write in terms of their dissertation. And again, we had nearly 60 presentations to take. So we extended one more session that was on Sunday. That was a day 9. And again, 18 presentations were there. And myself and Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya gave them analytically appropriate and data-driven feedback. And earlier it was myself and Dr. Simi Mehta on day 8. We had given them detailed feedback. So now we are in the valedictory session, and over to IMPRI.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, I'll call upon our expert for today, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, former Indian Ambassador to Jordan, Libya, and Malta, distinguished fellow and head of the West Asia Experts Group at the Vivekananda International Foundation, and visiting distinguished fellow at IMPRI, who will address us on the topic of practicing foreign policy insights from diplomats' perspective with a gendered lens. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Fiza, and it was so nice to see so many friends who are really the experts and champions of feminist foreign policy, and Professor Patel and Professor Baruah and others are there. And I'm very happy to be part of it. And fortunately, for some reason, there have been various groups that have, in the last couple of years, come up with this movement within India, which has been raised once in a while in various articles here and there. But we had not seen a certain kind of a momentum in this regard as far as the public discourse is concerned. And could be many reasons for that, but I'm glad that we are talking about it. And from what Professor Patel has just summarized, it seems that you all had, all the participants had an excellent exposure to whatever is happening around the world. And I have served in Sweden, from where all this started, and I believe in 2014, the policy in which the greater inclusion representation of women. But it's not only the developed countries that have done so, because in developed countries, there have also been and continue to be structural differences. And rather, I mean, that they also are problems of inequalities, even in terms of the salaries for the same job. That is not only true in the developing countries, it is also very much part of the developed world or the Middle East or anywhere else the growth. Of course, now I will try to give you a little bit background about what has happened in India from an insider's perspective, having served in the foreign ministry for about 35 years. I have a few viewpoints, and they may not be in concert with what is the general perception is, but at the same time, this is how I felt, because I have had several women as my bosses, the ambassadors, and most of you must have seen an article written by Ambassador Lakshmi Puri in the Indian Council of World Affairs, in which she has given the 6 gunas, or came up with those 6 pointers, which exactly how things could move. She was also instrumental in setting up the UN Women. And as you all know, that at the UN, when it started and the Human Rights Declaration was coming up, it was an Indian lady, Hansa Mehta, who changed the whole concept of it. It was written earlier that all men are born equal. And she objected to it and said it should be all human beings. I mean, that is because it includes women. So there is a perception that the women were not even counted. That was not so in the Indian context, but over the years, I think, or centuries, we really subjugated our better halves or the better part of the society to a background role. But that has not been the case in the India's historical context, if you come to think of it, or in the legendary perspectives. Most of our goddesses are ladies. Most of our Vidushis or the spiritual leaders like Gagi and all, there we have had the female prime ministers, we had the female presidents, we had the female foreign minister, we had 3 foreign secretaries, and of course the representation in the foreign service, you could say as a percentage, 17, 18% or whatever, is definitely lower. But the fact is that the way our recruitment system operates, that's also very important to have a look at. Before we say that there are less number of people, that's why they do not participate in the policy making. If there are more people, then they are there. The question one bags is that we had one of the finest foreign ministers in India, in Mrs. Sushma Swaraj, and she has done a remarkable job with no other ambassador could do, minister could do. We have had the ministers of state. In fact, I remember when I was working in Delhi as Joint Secretary, on the first floor, which is the power block of the South Block, in that corridor, we have generally four secretaries, including the foreign secretary. So there were three female secretaries and only one male secretary at the time, who used to find himself at odds. So that was also a situation. But of course, now out of the 33 foreign secretaries, we only had three. Out of several foreign ministers, except if you take Mrs. Gandhi, she broadly carried out her own foreign policy. We had Mrs. Sushma Swaraj. Unfortunately, at the current time, we don't have any. I was hoping that under Modi 3.0 also there will be some lady minister dealing with foreign secretary, but then you have a finance minister, you have other. Because diplomacy today is not conducted by External Affairs Ministry alone. This is a whole of government approach that is extremely important. The feudal mindset has been there, which is clearly was indicative in our virtually all political parties, frankly, did not come up to agree to 33% quota for women in the parliament and legislative assemblies. That shows the mindset. It did not happen, but fortunately now we have it. And in the panchayats also, we had very large number of representation by women at the grassroots level. Now, as far as the foreign ministry is concerned, it works closely with several ministries. And the first is Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Petroleum. These are all part of the diplomatic, I would say, context, where each one of them, Ministry of Environment, is very integral to this. So, is it that we could increase the numbers just by co-opting or getting a lateral entry, or by actually increasing the quota for women? I have always said that several committees have also recommended that we could perhaps have a separate recruitment for diplomatic service, because its requirements are very different than having only through the civil services exam. And then we should have certain years where we should try to get more number of women. One thing I want to tell you is perhaps whether it is because of the lack of awareness or knowledge or what, or some kind of reservations that the women have. In the various interviews for the civil services or the mock interviews that I have sat through, 95% of the candidates, female candidates, don't give foreign service as their first option. They will prefer to go for revenue services, for the Indian Administrative Service, other services, but not for the foreign service. So that also tells exactly the lack of people, maybe because they feel that you're going to work in a very alien environment, or the family problem. Of course, challenges are there. Very often we hear a criticism that the female officers are not included in discussions on security matters and security issues. We have had a Deputy National Security Advisor who was formerly a secretary from India. There were not one but two, Latha Reddy and one more. So they are part of the security outfit. And when you are an ambassador or a senior officer in the ministry, you deal with all these issues in the run up to the discussions, and that is being held on a day-to-day basis. So I don't find currently that there is any bias towards women not doing that. We have recently had a fabulous and a great friend of mine as the permanent representative, Ruchira Kamboj, at the United Nations, the first PR. So we had the first president of the assembly was an Indian, Vijayalakshmi Pandit. We had the first ambassador there also, Washington, D.C. and in Russia. She was there, Vijayalakshmi Pandit again. Of course, that time it was Pandit Nehru's sister. So we have today maybe less number of ambassadors as women compared to men out of the 160 odd countries that we have the embassies in. But the reason is that many of the countries in Africa, for example, where life is quite difficult, it is a conscious policy of the government not to post female officer very often. They generally are posted in reasonable places where life is a bit more comfortable. But that is not to prevent them from reaching out. We have now things are changing a great deal. I must say that, I mean, it was mentioned about the UN peacekeepers and others. We had sent our police force to Liberia, the all-female police force, that acquitted itself so creditably that I remember President Sirleaf of Liberia, when she came to Nigeria to get an award, and I met her, and she told me, she said, we have never seen something like this. They are so amazing, these Indian police forces. They stabilize the country. So we are doing whatever is required, but we need to have a whole of societal attitudinal change. That is also extremely important in that. And because it is not to say that the women folk suffer the most, if I were to say, that's obvious, that whether it is a war, whether it is a conflict zone, like in Gaza, Professor Patel mentioned about it. In Gaza, frankly, I mean, the largest number of women and children have been killed in that place. So this happens in every single conflict. The kind of atrocities and indignities they have to go through. That is something that is the nature of this game. How does one prevent it? Now, I would also like to say that one thing in which I feel that the India could do a great deal, of course, the G20, we changed it, not simply women empowerment, but the motto and the working group and the format that India brought, apart from this world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, was that a women-led development, that the women should lead the development. I mean, that is a very important thing. And that brings me to something that this External Affairs Ministry has been very actively involved in, and that is our developmental cooperation assistance. Now, the developmental cooperation assistance we provide to about 161 countries across continents, from Africa to Asia to Central Europe and other places to Latin America, all over. And it's billions of dollars that India spends in capacity building programs, creating infrastructure, creating connectivity, digital connectivity, whether it was pandemic or otherwise. And this has been going on since 1964. And it goes on under the formula, or rather dicta, that share and care approach that India has for the South-South cooperation. And under that, it's been going on. It's remarkably, appreciated by nearly every country wherever we provide this assistance, because this is a people-centric approach, developmental approach. Now, in that one, in my view, I've recommended earlier also, and I would say that we are giving the assistance, whether by grant or by otherwise. We can always insist that this should be targeted in the target country up to 50% of the women in that country. There is a case of Solar Mamas. If many of you have not read it, you must Google search and read about it, that how it became a program that really helped a large number of women in Africa. From one to the other. And it is always said that if you teach a man, you teach an individual. If you teach an educated woman, you educate the whole family. That has been an old saying. So whenever they come up, the entrepreneurship, their humanity, I would say, in the basic sense, is extremely important. They are far more sensitive, and therefore it is important to empower them and help them as much as we can. So this is something that is within our hands. And also, perhaps the External Affairs Ministry also, in order to really assess the impact of these, and that these programs are properly executed and handled and implemented, I think that female officers could be appointed in those. Today also, of course, there's a joint secretary who is in charge of the development partnership division and is looking after the various projects. But I think in terms of a monitoring mechanism, so that is something that we can do internally, would go a long way in not only empowering from within or using newer ideas by our female colleagues and friends, but also in the countries where we are providing assistance, we could target a much larger uh, base of the people comprising of women in those countries. Lastly, I would like to also say that, we are trying to be voice of the Global South. And when we are trying to be the voice of Global South, we cannot be getting stuck into the semantics as far as the FFP is concerned. When we talk about feminist foreign policy, it immediately, the word itself is of a gender war. That everybody thinks, oh, this means that you are just like the feminist movement. So it's associated with that. Then we came to the next, the mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming. Now that's definitely a little more this thing. But I don't see that this is something that is stating the obvious is anything like going on a warpath. It is time that we need to introspect at every level objectively, at the policymakers level, at the level of the whole of government, from the top-down approach, bottom-up approach, and where we can plug in all the resources so that women are able to contribute to the society's upliftment, to the development of India and development of the world. So when we are going to be the voice of the Global South, it is important that India establishes certain examples, and by example shows to many of our friends in the Global South that this is an area in which we would like to do that. And since we provide a lot of assistance to the Global South itself, I think that we are in a position to really implement this kind of a thing. In the foreign service, we only talk of officers, diplomats. We must not forget the role of the spouses, whether it is male or, and when we had 3 foreign secretaries, we have a Foreign Service Wives Association. Now the president of that is supposed to be the spouse of the foreign secretary. So 3 times we had a male member as the president of that association because the officer herself was a foreign secretary. That's why. So the women play a great role outside. They are not only the housewives, they conduct all these cultural programs, P2P Connect, going and talking in the universities, talking about India's culture and civilization, and that is true of every country. So the women's role, as far as the spouses are concerned of diplomats, must not be underrated. It is an extremely important component of the officer success, diplomats, whether it's an ambassador or a first secretary or whatever. This is a great contribution that the women make, even at the expense of sacrificing their very lucrative careers. Because in our service, we did not allow many of the officers' wives until recently to work in any other sector except education. They could only teach outside. So they were teaching everywhere. I remember when I was in Mongolia and the country was getting out of the Soviet Union was disintegrating. They didn't know English at all. They in the Foreign Office and different government departments. They requested us. My wife went around teaching in the ministries, everybody how to. Those are the kind of things which have a very lasting impact, I would say, in the society locally. So, to sum up, I say the women are the better part of the society. And we used to call, in the ancient times, Ramante Tatra Devta Yatra Naristu Pujante. I say don't worship them, allow them to be themselves. And they'll be far more liberated and far more useful to the society if the manfolk takes away uh, their artificial mantle of protection from them. So I will stop here. I'll be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So much, sir. It was an interesting session, and I'm so grateful that you could share your expertise and perspectives with us. And I would now like to invite Professor Patel for her remarks.
Thank you, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat for such a erudite presentation and also giving us an insider view and also view of male diplomat. You mentioned that we need a people-centric and bottom-up approach. How do you see the modalities of bottom-up approach? What all you would include in bottom-up approach?
Well, I think in that one, the government is very often does not want to engage with the civil society. And I believe that that is an important thing, a change that needs to come. You have all read about our external affairs minister's statement about including more women in that. Because the foreign policy is also not simply the domain of the foreign ministry, as I mentioned earlier. It is from the whole of society. The Prime Minister does his Man Ki Baat, in which he tries to invite a lot of suggestions from everywhere else. Now, some of those suggestions could even go there. So, from the people, that what exactly you wish to see. And I'm quite sure he'll be very happy to talk at some time on this particular issue. Secondly, we need to create, at the college, school level, and more awareness campaigns about what the foreign service is all about. See, then only this will come most, as I mentioned, the large number of people don't want to join the diplomatic service for various reasons, because of family, because of background, because of domestic compulsions, or lack of knowledge about, lack of awareness about what exactly it constitutes. Because down out here, you see the power being exercised in India for the district magistrate or an IS officer or the IPS officer. You don't see the foreign service officers doing that within the country. But that is something, in my view, is the safest bet for the women also from any point of view you look at it, and provides a lot of scope for the initiatives. So I think that this could be done by which is being done already under the distinguished scholarship program and distinguished lectures and others. Thirdly, I think that the ministry should also take, since we can't change the rules to increase the intake by reservations in the foreign service. So as we are expanding the intake, earlier it used to be 10, 12 people at 1 year every year, hardly. So out of 10, maybe one or two ladies you could be there. Now we have about 40. So there are more ladies are there in terms of numbers. But when we have the lateral entry, so we could perhaps create some kind of a development partnership division of the ministry, a special wing, in my view, which can come from outside and give the external perspective. So I would look at it from that perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Ms. Nandita Baruah ji for her remarks.
Thank you, Fiza. And first of all, thank you, IMPRI, for having done this very intensive, immersive summer school. And it was really wonderful to say 60 plus students diligently attending almost all the lecture. Currently, also, we have 40 plus who are listening into even the last session. I've had the opportunity to go through some of the video recordings, etc., and the presentation. And I have to say that from where it began, almost 10 classes back to this one, it's been a long journey. So I do want to congratulate the IMPRI team and my colleagues at the foundation for really, taking this movement forward. As Ambassador Trigunayat said, really taking the discourse outside of the select few. I think Ambassador Trigunayat is aware that we began this journey in 2020 actually, just when the COVID eased a bit and we were trying to do something with Cuba 9, where we started the first discourse. And at that time, it was still very, limited understanding. And there were only very few people who really fully figured out what a feminist foreign policy is all about. And the idea even then was really to bring this into a much wider audience at home. And when I say at home, I don't mean just in India, but in South Asia or in Asia more globally, and get more people to understand the concept. So I really want to say that this particular immersive summer school has been one of the main vehicles which has really expanded this discourse to a very large audience within Asia. I know that we have participants from South Asia, East Asia, Africa, all of that. And for Dr. Patel's leadership in really giving it the academic rigor, and Simi and Arjun's support in making this happen, and the team at IMPRI. So congratulations to all of you for really pushing this out there. This is the first of its kind, and I'm sure it's going to go bigger and bigger. I think large contribution that external speakers whom you have brought in, Ambassador Trigunayat today for the Valedictory, but a whole lot of others who Professor Patel referred to, bringing to bear their own knowledge, understanding at a multi-sectoral level. What I would like to say is that, as I've said earlier, the feminist foreign policy is not just about, foreign policy divisions within India or abroad or in any other country. It's not a single disciplinary approach. It's a multidisciplinary approach. It requires people from science, from technology, from politics, from diplomacy, from governance, from trade, to really look at what does it mean to have a gendered lens into all the engagements they conduct at home and outside of home with other countries. So when you say foreign policy by force, it means your engagement with other countries on a variety of issues. Every country engages with other countries and multilaterals, minilaterals, bilaterals on a number of issues. It would vary from trade to disaster risk reduction to basically even looking at debt reduction. And I think healthcare, and India has been at the forefront actually of late, the last 10-15 years, where we have really focused a lot to say what would India's role be as a partner who brings in a sense of equity and inclusion into our relationships with others. It's been a difficult journey because we have a world exploding on various inequities, with wars on every side, with removal of democratically elected governments to be taken over by more authoritarian or regimes. We've seen it everywhere, in our neighborhood, outside, in the West. So I think India's role and role of countries like India are going to become more critical to really define the discourse of inclusion and equity as we move forward. And I think for me, feminist foreign policy is just that: getting the discourse of equity and inclusion into our interactions, both within home, but more importantly, outside as we engage. Countries like India, as Ambassador Trigunayat said, we are the first of the countries to have had an all-women force in a peacekeeping zone. We are one of the first countries amongst many, but within the developing world, to have actually opened up our forces to the women, fully opened up the armed forces to the women to be deployed everywhere. So taking away that notion that women can't be deployed in high altitude, difficult terrain. We have women deployed in Kargil today. And I think those wins at home, which are gender budgeting, which UN Women spearheaded in the 90s and India has adopted, along with many other South Asian countries. These are discourses at home that have strengthened the understanding at home on what is an equitable and gendered space for women to engage in. The same discourse needs to be taken out. And as rightly said, I think when we do development assistance, we have established bilaterals, the USAIDs, the CEDAs, the Swiss, the Australians. Most of these bilaterals, when they come in for any kind of assistance, have an undertaking on gender inequity. They insist the assistant goes to X number of women. Everybody who receives their support has to report on a gender balance sheet or a gender scorecard. I do think that even for India, that's going to be a critical thing to imbibe in all our assistance, whether it's through DPA, whether it's through our embassies directly, whether it's through our different divisions. I also learned, I was in Australia, I think India's development assistance total budget has been the same as that of Australia. And yet we hear Australian aid, or say, or DFAT, this, that. I think it's time for us also as a country to start putting our mark on things that we have successfully done at home and expanding them into our footprints when we go into other countries for negotiation. But also to continue to work at home to add more depth to this equity inclusion, especially from a women's perspective. Numbers in the foreign ministry is important, but for me, every man in a foreign service should have a gendered lens to what they're doing. I wouldn't wait for us to have equitable number of women before we start having a foreign policy approach which is gendered. I don't think you need to be a woman to be feminist. I know many men, including Professor Trigunayat, Ambassador Trigunayat, who I would call hardcore feminist. I'd say, you don't need to wait for a woman to be a feminist. You have men who can espouse the cause of equity and inclusion. And I think that's where the lens is there. And I think Minister Jaishankar actually very aptly said that, yes, it's time. I think, I can't remember, it was his interview to Lalita Panikar in Hindustan Times or one of those, where he said, yes, I think we need to start looking more closely at the gendered lens within our foreign policy, especially when India is today actually going to have a bigger and bigger role in the negotiating table for addressing a lot many issues, from the debt crisis to conflict to bringing nations together. And when we are on that table, how firmly are we putting in the lens of equity and inclusion as a precursor to any solution? That's what. And these don't have to be led by women, because we may not have women at the table. If they're led by men, and they should still bring that. And so I think my closing remark is that this is where the discourse needs to be expanded from a voice of the global south to say, irrespective of who is at the table, the gender of the person doesn't matter, the lens matters, the perspective matters. And bringing in the equity lens doesn't require women. It's important to have more women. I absolutely stand by it. If we are 50% in the population, we should be 50% in everything else, whether it's in foreign service, whether it's in police, military, trade, you name it. If you are a 50% population, you should be 50% seen in all the rooms that matter. That might take time, but that doesn't mean that if you're not there, you don't have the equity and inclusion lens by those who are in the room. So that's my submission, is that that's where the discourse has to be. That's where we need to bring in our focus and force to. And I think those of us who have been in this, participating in this conversation and the papers that are coming up, I'm seeing a lot of that coming, more tweaking, more nuancing, but I think more power to those of us who believe in the lens of equity and inclusion, irrespective of the gender that we claim for ourselves. So thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for being a part of this conversation. I truly, truly appreciate it, and I'm deeply humbled by all the conversations that I've heard through this. And Professor Patel and Arjun and Simi, special thanks to you and your team for having taken this far. Thank you. And thank you, Ambassador Trigunayat, for being here with us today. Namaskar, Jai.
Thank you, Nandita ji. You have been the pioneer of it, and I have been fortunate to be associated with you from day one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. Simi Mehta for her remarks.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Good evening. And I am really inspired by the presentation by Ambassador Trigunayat and Professor Patel, and also of Nandita ma'am. So I think we would be better placed if we could start with the presentations. And I'd be happy to pitch in once the presentations are over to save time.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we'll begin with the presentations. So again, the fellows will be given 4 minutes to present, and after that 1 minute for the comments by the expert. And I'll name the fellows who will present today: Sneha Thomas, Muskan Avasthi, Aditi, Sanda Thant, Ekta Singh, Ananya Acharya, Jumani Pathak, Shubhana Karthikeyan, Simran Napit, Mohammad Shafiq Sultan, Nandita Kapoor, Debjani Chaudhary, Raj Nandini, Mayuri Raghuvanshi, Pratibha Sharma, Muskan Khanna, Aditi Mishra, Amu S. Anil, Ritika Patil, Akanksha Majumdar, Dr. Priti Ramani Nayyar, Maya Kandel, Parvez Babul, Samu Kezi, and Abhishu. So we will begin with the presentations, and I request Sneha Thomas to go on with her presentation. Sneha Thomas, are you here?
We can start giving the panelist access first.
All right.
Right? The IMPRI team can. I'll just.
All right. So, right. Hi, Sneha Thomas. So, you will be given 4 minutes.
Yes,
ma'am. After that, again, experts comment, right?
Yes. May I have the PPT presentation, please?
Sure, sure.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sneha Thomas, associated with Symbiosis International University.
கொஞ்சம் ஒரு ஸ்பூன் ஊத்துங்க இல்லைன்னா வழுக்கி விழுந்துருவோம்.
Today, the topic of my presentation is weaponizing the environment, interrogating gender, nature, and power in contemporary conflicts. First of all, thank you for the opportunity that you have provided me. Now, let's start with the first slide, that is the theoretical framework. Imagine a world where rivers are turned into weapons, farmlands are being scorched, and access to water is wielded as a tool of power. So, this seems like a dystopian future, but it is a stark reality that we see in conflict zones today. Did you know that over 60% of displaced individuals from resource-based conflicts are women, according to the UNHCR report of 2023? And these women are primarily caregivers and resource managers, but they bear the burden of resource scarcity as well. And their voices remain absent in policy making that could change their realities. Now, this particular study does more than compile data. It prioritizes the voices that are often marginalized in foreign policy debates, ensuring the human dimension of ecological weaponization, and to ensure that it is not just lost in technocratic analysis. Now, could you please move to the next slide? Now, let's discuss what is environmental weaponization. Environmental weaponization refers to the strategic manipulation of resources like water and agriculture in warfare, which deepens the existing gender inequities. For example, in Syria, they targeted the water infrastructure during warfare, which forced women to travel under dangerous conditions at longer distances, which amplifies their labor as well as exposure to violence. Now, for the theoretical framework of this study, we have chosen 3 interconnected theories, that is in the next slide. First is feminist political ecology, which this lens reveals how the gendered dynamics shape access to and control over resources. For instance, in the Niger Delta, oil spills not only devastated the ecosystem, but also it pushed the women into exploitative informal labor markets. The second theory is intersectionality theory, championed by Kimberly Crenshaw, which tries to understand the overlapping systems of gender, class, and ethnicity. For example, in Palestine, women face dual challenges. That is, first is restricted mobility, and the second is exclusion from resource governance. And the third theoretical framework is critical security studies, because it moves beyond the traditional state-centric models, and it brings a humanistic dimension to the study. It highlights how weaponizing natural resources destabilizes communities, leaving ripples of destruction beyond the battlefield. Could you please move on to the slide called as the hypothesis? So our hypothesis of the study is of twofold. First is ecological weaponization heightens the gender inequities because women are the primary resource managers in these conflict zones, and they face intensified labor burdens and exclusion from the decision-making process. For example, in Yemen, the destruction of the agricultural infrastructure heightened food insecurity and entrenched patriarchal control over the resources, for example, water and land. Second is community resilience, particularly led by women, which offers transformative solutions. Now, in Syria, they had started informal water sharing cooperatives, which actually reduce the dependence on external aid, showcasing the untapped potential of grassroots initiatives. Now, this hypothesis tries to challenge the traditional foreign policy paradigms, advocating for gender-responsive approaches to environmental security. Could you please move on to the next slide, the methodology? Now, to explore this hypothesis, we have used an interdisciplinary and qualitative methodology comprising of 3 key approaches. First is critical discourse analysis, second is narrative inquiry, and third is case studies. Now, in critical discourse analysis, I would like to examine the policies, the media narratives, and international reports that reveal the gender hierarchy as well as the power hierarchies. For instance, only 4% of UN resolutions with reference to MN referenced women's roles in resource governance, reflecting the systemic neglect. Second is narrative inquiry, because survivor testimonials provides insightful understanding more than data, or for example, the numeric data. And the third one is case study, comparing conflict zones like Syria, Yemen, or for that matter, Palestine. We can reveal the recurring patterns in these regions. For example, weaponized resources disproportionately impact women, and yet women-led grassroots movements consistently actually recover, or for that matter, drive the recovery of these regions. Together, these methods not only uncovers the systemic inequalities that exist, but also it eliminates pathways for a transformation change. Could you please go to the last slide?
Yeah, Thomas, can you wrap up quickly now?
Yes. So we propose, for this study, we propose 5 actionable recommendations. First is the main, out of 5, I will tell 2 because of the time constraints. The first one is gender responsive environmental impact assessments. Mandate gendered analysis in all the post-conflict interventions in order to ensure equitable resource allocation. The second one is inclusive governance. We should guarantee women participation in peace negotiations and resource management. For example, in Yemen, women-led water boards improved irrigation efficiency by 25%, according to a UNDP report that was published in 2023. The 3 other policy recommendations would be support grassroots adaptation, capacity building, and foreign policy reforms. These are not just theoretical ideas, but these are actually blueprints for action that can dismantle the systemic barriers and help us to create a sustainable, inclusive solution, especially with reference to ecological weaponization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll now hand over to the experts.
I think you have described the situation or your analysis from the point of view of what is happening in the resource poor areas. But will you also focus on the relationship of the industrialized world with these countries, and also the militarization and the military arms trade, which plays a very, very important role? Who are the buyers of arms and who are the sellers of arms? No? So otherwise it always looks that it is only the global south which is into fights and territorial wars. No? What has been the role of the industrial European Union and US and Australia and all the so-called first world countries, no? Northern countries?
Yes, ma'am, I'll take that into consideration for the work.
Yeah.
I'll request Ms. Nandita Baruah for her remarks.
Sorry, I think, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think, Sneha, great presentation and critical issues on looking at the more gendered lens to negotiations on around conflict, not just to resources, but I think it will be interesting to also, when you expand that whole area of how do women access resources during and post conflict, is to look at what you know, when final settlements happen, how many of their concerns are actually taken into the rebuild that you're talking about, you know. So peace negotiations, how far do they take all of these into consideration when they're sitting in the table, in terms of making the finances, making other resources accessible to women to be able to really move forward in a more equitable manner. So just exploring a bit on that as well would be very interesting. But otherwise, I think it's a great topic that you have chosen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take it in consideration.
Dr. Simi Mehta, any remarks?
Yeah, thank you very much. And Sneha, great presentation. Um, Based on your presentation, I can understand that women are pushed further to the margins because of the ecological weaponization. In your research methodology, you've mentioned that you do some narrative inquiries. I would want to know a little bit in detail, how are you going to access these? And are these all based on secondary resources, or have you established some contacts through email, etc.?
I have established some contacts because I'm closely working with one of the professors in Pune University who is in the Department of Foreign Policy and Defense Studies. So he does have some contacts with in order to acquire the survivor testimonials. So I'm closely working with him.
Yeah, then that would be really great to have the testimonials in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before moving forward to the next presentation, I would like to thank Ambassador Anil Trigunayat for taking out his valuable time and for his thought-provoking insights on the topic. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and providing us with your expertise and your perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you and all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. So now moving on to the second.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So moving on to the next presentation, I would like to call Muskan Awasthi.
Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity. It's truly been an honor and really enlightening experience to listen to all these experts and listen to all of the presentations as well. I've been learning a lot. So could you please share the presentation? Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Muskan Awasthi. I'm an undergraduate student at Christ deemed to be University in Bangalore. I'm a triple major student. I'm studying English, political science, and history. And I hope to bring this intersectional lens in my study as well. So as you can see on the screen, my topic is combating cyber violence against women in the Global South through India's global diplomacy. Can you please move on to the next slide? So as we see that in contemporary times, technology has occupied a more and more important role in all of our lives, and it has become an almost integral part of our daily lives. So as we see that technology as a whole has become both a weapon and a shield when it comes to violence against women and girls in public spaces and private spaces. So technology has emerged as a new avenue for violence against women or cyber violence in the forms of online harassment, doxing, revenge porn, deepfakes, non-consensual photography, and much more. A study published by the Council of Europe revealed that online harassment, doxing, and cyber stalking not only cause psychological harm to women, but also force them to withdraw from public discourse, limiting their access to education, professional networks, and political participation. We can see there is a disproportionate impact on women, especially in the Global South, due to socioeconomic disparities, limited access to technology, and deeply rooted cultural inequalities and patriarchal norms. In my research, I found out that existing frameworks and research focus mostly only on Western contexts and the global North, and there is a lack of studies focused on the Global South especially. There is an urgent need to address this kind of online safety and digital empowerment, which I aim to analyze through the feminist policy lens. Can we please move on to the next slide? A very brief summary of my study, I would like to focus on India's role in combating cyber violence against women in the Global South through the mode of feminist foreign policy. So my areas of study, my three main areas of study would be how India can do this through global collaboration, how feminist cyber governance can be incorporated, as well as digital diplomacy. So my goals would be to align feminist foreign policy with cyber governance to address the systematic digital inequalities that are intrinsically gender-based. I also want to, through this research, I want to transform these digital spaces into inclusive, empowering environments for women. So my objectives would be to promote gender-sensitive cybersecurity frameworks, strengthen international collaborations for online safety, and empower women through digital literacy and advocacy to empower them. Can we please move on to the next slide? So through my literature review, I found these research gaps. Basically, as I mentioned before, there are limited studies addressing cyber violence from the global South perspective. And existing feminist foreign policies, as we have discussed in the various sessions, for example, Sweden, Canada, and France, they lack focus on specifically online gender-based violence. There is very little recognition of cyber violence against women as an issue. And there's also a need for context-specific frameworks that fit the South Asian or the global South context, which is what I want to focus on. So as I mentioned before, these will be my 3 core focus areas. Can we please move on to the next slide? So my methodology will mainly be a mixed method approach. First would be quantitative. It will be a mix of quantitative and qualitative. So quantitative, this is very a brief overview. So quantitative, I'll be using data on the impact, the real impact on cyber violence against women. And the qualitative part of that would include, I have been taking surveys and talking to women, especially about their personal experiences, experiencing this kind of online harassment. I would also be using comparative case studies of foreign policies in the global South and doing a policy analysis of Indian as well as international frameworks. Please move to the next slide. So these 3 are my main research questions. So the first would be, how can international frameworks and diplomatic partnerships be leveraged to combat cyber violence against women, with a specific focus on creating inclusive and gender-sensitive policies in the global South, especially fit in this context? The second would be, in what ways can India integrate feminist principles into its foreign policy and cyber governance to lead such global initiatives that would address cyber violence against women as a real issue? And the final research question would be, how can digital diplomacy strategies be used to enhance online safety, promote digital literacy, and amplify marginalized voices to rectify this kind of situation and ensure the active participation of women in digital spaces? Please move on to the next slide.
Muskan Ji, you will have to wrap up in half.
Yes. So my areas of focus, as I mentioned, I'd be doing a comparative analysis with case studies, and I've chosen the case studies of India and Nigeria, with an additional case from South Korea in the global north to highlight the severity of this issue worldwide. I would also be examining global partnerships for combating online gender-based violence in different international organizations like BRICS. And India's digital diplomacy initiatives and potential for global leadership. Can we please move to the next slide? Just a brief conclusion. So as I have spoken, my study will focus on the integration of such feminist principles in cyber governance and how it can address the unique challenges of this digital age and safeguard women online. It will also focus on India's geopolitical and digital infrastructure as it can emerge as a leader in feminist digital diplomacy. So the overall vision of this study and the motivation behind me specifically choosing this study is to create inclusive digital spaces empowering women globally through collaboration and innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Muskan Awasthi, for your presentation. And I think when you talk about the qualitative data, you mean you will do the metadata or the from the different nation states about cybercrime and gender-based violence? How are you?
Ideally, yes. I do have several international platforms that I have circulated my survey around, but unfortunately, my scope is limited. Most of the responses would be from India itself. that would
So
be a
that
limitation.
that means from Ministry of Information Technology and also NCRB data on
Yes.
this thing.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. When you talk about South Korea, it would be excellent because there are not many studies on South Korea's
Yes,
4B movement, no? How
Yes,
the
ma'am.
women's
That is
movement.
especially
And
interesting.
now even the American women's movement is getting inspired
Yes, ma'am.
by South Korea. So I think the interconnection that
Yes,
can be
ma'am.
also shown. Another thing that the initiative of women from Chile against
Yes, ma'am.
gender-based violence, that also had a very important impact, a very massive global impact on fight against gender-based violence. No,
Okay.
in fact, that song became an anthem of the women's movement,
Yes,
and I think some of the empowering examples also you could give. For example, 1 billion rising, how the campaign which started, now it is there more than 80 countries, no, even in
yes,
South Asia. So this digital technology, how they have been harnessed by the women's organization, and those who were not earlier in the women's organizations or who did not have access. So people from remotest part of the world, they are joining that campaign, no. So that would also have a very empowering impact, and replicability becomes very high in case of digital technology, wherever women are able to access digital
Yes.
technology.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll incorporate that.
Yeah.
Over to Ms. Nandita Baruah ji.
Thank you, Muskan. I think I would say a very forward-looking topic. It's relatively new, so you're going to have some tough time finding substantive data and analysis. But there's been a recent book on the politics of feminist foreign policy and digital diplomacy, if I recall, by Karen Angustum and Annika Bergman, I think. Have a look at it because
Okay, ma'am.
that's an interesting book, which actually came out early this year sometime. And it is actually looking at this whole issue of the feminist foreign policy and the digital diplomacy. It's going to be very interesting for you to explore the fact that anything that is in the digital space is borderless. So whether we're talking about harassment, we are talking about challenges, they have no borders. So multiple countries become part of it. And as we know, that's how the dark web has been operating so successfully, targeting both men and women. So I think a gendered lens, especially India pushing now also things like the unified payment portal, digital India, etc. How can India actually lay some kind of a basis for greater digital safety, which the global countries can adopt? So I'd like you to look at that, and I think it'll be great. Otherwise, I think, yes, the framing and the premise is new, fresh, and it'll be interesting to see what you come out with.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll take a look. Thank you, ma'am.
Over to Dr. Simi Mehta.
Thank you very much, Muskan. You have a very fascinating research coming up, and I congratulate you for this. My just one point is that when you talk about your quantitative research method, have you identified your data sources?
Ma'am, as ma'am mentioned, I'd mainly be looking at the official records through, the ministry data and everything, ma'am.
Of India.
India especially, ma'am, and then I'm taking also a case study of Nigeria and South Korea. So I'll be looking at those as well, ma'am.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Nandita Baruah, for such an excellent reference you have given. It is open access. It can be downloaded. The whole book can be downloaded.
Yes.
So I think it will be very useful. Yeah.
All right. So the next participant is Aditi. You can go on with the presentation, Aditi. Aditi ji, are you there? All right, so we can move on with the next participant, Sanda Thanji. Sanda Thanji, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah.
You can go on with the presentation.
Okay, please share my slide. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And I also would like to express my sincere thanks to having this opportunity. So let me also present.
Hello.
Hello.
Aditi, you
Hello.
can continue after this.
Can you please share?
Yes, Aditi, you are audible. You can continue after this presentation now.
Okay.
All right, Sanda Thanji, you can go with the presentation.
Yeah. Can you please also share my slide? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So actually, my presentation will be very much a focus on like a Myanmar specific context because we are also having that crisis with like a severe conflict in Myanmar. So that's why my presentation is also my research is also a feminist foreign policy for Myanmar, exploring gaps and possibility. No? And with this, let me also brief you about this historical and political context, so that second slide, please. So that our honorable expert also can provide me guide me the inputs. No, Myanmar has a very much prolonged conflict and also stay ongoing, more than 7 decades militarization. Of course, everybody affected, but women face unique threats and challenges. We have 3 constitutions, but all are gender blind. And also, it's also not reflect ethnic self-determination as well. So when we talk about that, the feminist movement, we can also see like a 3 period. One is historical period 1990 to 91, where this feminist movement are led by like a nationalist agenda against the British colony. And the second one is political reform from 1990 to 2020. And at that time, that very much like a military control regime up to 2010. In fact, 2010 to 2020 was our, let's say, the golden days. There was like a so-called civilian government and also elected civilian government, like for example, like Oct-Dec led government and also Daw Aung San Suu Kyi led government. At that time, women movement in this era were more strategic and unified. And the third one is starting from 2021, the military trying to do coup up to the present. And also there, so we are also fighting against with the military, resist the military dictatorship, not only ending the military dictatorship, but also challenge the patriarchy and also combat cultural impunity and building a federal democratic state. So actually, we were in the very much right track and potential during last 10 years ago, 2010 and 2021. But this military coup attempt or attempted military effectively reversed the progress. Next, please. So if you ask me that what does gender matter in Myanmar? Yes, it does. No, we are also considered medium developed country and now very least developed country after 4 years conflict. We have development HDI index 149 out of 191, gender inequality index 125 out of 146, and also women peace and security index 2023-24 is 165, very much on the ground out of 177, which is the worst country in East Asia and Pacific. So the right side, the graph is also show the 4 sector. Actually, we have more or less, women and men population, but literacy rate and labor force participation, man is higher than women. But you see in the local governance, so men are more than 99%, almost 100%. Women are only 0.6. Even you cannot see in the graph. And parliament representation in the parliament also only 18%. So which was like 4% in 2010, 13% in 2015, and also 2020, 18%. Our maternal mortality are very high, 250. It's also highest in the Southeast Asia, and also compared to the other ASEAN country like in Thailand, 40, and also in Singapore, 60. Next slide, please. Yeah. Foreign policy also mostly like grounded in like rights, resources, and representation, and also there are also key area focus by the specific country. I will not read in detail. Those are the key area focus. Yes. Next, please. Yeah. This is relevant to Myanmar, yes, because we have a significant effort to promote gender equality through the various policy and strategy in the last 10 years ago. Attempted could effectively reverse that progress. And also we have an emerging political actor, National Unity Government, National Consultative Council, Ethnic Resistance Organization. And also during this 4 year, we also increase understanding and recognition, self-determination, our Rohingya brother and sister, and also we are also firmly saying that nothing about us without us. So that's why it is very much important to do like a localizations of feminist foreign policy. Please, next slide, please. Okay, this is just to show the photos that are resistant to the quota. Next, please.
Sandathanji, you will have to wrap up in half a minute.
Yes. Only last slide. Thank you. Okay, this one is objective. Objective is to analyze existing foreign policy from the feminist perspective to explore context-specific and feasible strategy. So I will use KII and also IDI as a primary data collection tool, and with the respondent NUG, National Unity Government, Women Rights Organization, CSO, journalists, and academic. So my research question, I have a 5 research question. What is the perspective? And given Myanmar historical and political context, what feminist principle and sector should be incorporated? And third is, what are the challenges? And fourth is, how should feminist policy be strategically designed? And the fifth is, who will benefit from such policy in the upcoming nation building of a federal democracy? Thank you so much. Okay, please also provide me like your valuable input. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandathanji. Over to the experts now. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Thank you, Sandathanji, for such a new knowledge that we are getting about what's happening, because we know only horror stories about Myanmar, but you have brought in the people's resistance and women's movement's role also, which is so enlightening for all of us. I just wanted to, you mentioned KII, IDI, NUG, WROs and CSOs, but what about the UN agencies? Are you going to critically reflect on the role of UN agencies? And also Suu Kyi, who was always portrayed as a heroine who was fighting, who was symbolizing democratic governance and all. But when it came to Rohingya, she refused to take stand. So do you think that she also needs to be critically reflected upon, her role and her party's role?
Yeah.
Aung Suu Kyi.
Yeah. Actually, you see that coup attempt is so bad, terrible. We are also facing, But the good one is we increase understanding our Rohingya brother and sister. Not only us, but also the like a National League for Democracy. So I'm sure. So if the lady also, release or they come up again, so definitely, so she will be with the people, because the people is the matter. This is her motto. So that's why if people understand and if people increase like better engagement, so I don't think she has a problem. Yeah. So and also thank you that UN agency. Yes, I will also include like maybe UN Women or UN SE, because they are very much like helping that feminist lands in the WPS agenda. Yes, thank you.
And you must be having Peace Corps also, no? UN Peace Corps.
Oh yeah.
But it's going to be very enlightening for all of us, for all the data.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I hand it over to Ms. Nandita Baruah.
Yeah, I mean, like Vibhuti said, Sanatan, I think this is going to be a paper that I'm going to be looking out to watch and read more carefully. It's interesting that you are actually proposing this in a country which is right now in the middle of an evolving, resistance and conflict to various things. And also because, like you yourself pointed out, there have been some inherent inequities within the country that different communities have faced and continue to face. So I just feel that this is one, kudos to you for taking on this challenge. Are you based in Myanmar or are you based in another country currently, Sandra?
I'm based in Thailand because I cannot live there. I had to flee.
Yes, I was wondering, yeah, because it's not going to be easy to do this if you're there. But I think it's going to be an important piece of, knowledge that you will produce. I would also urge you to look at, in terms of when you're doing that foreign policy, in terms of how past peace negotiations by external actors did or did not include equity. When Aung San Suu Kyi came to power the first time and when she's there were so many multilateral, bilateral governments, agencies, global north, who seemed to have played a role. How much of what they did was actually important in Myanmar's own journey, and did it create equity, or did they actually continue to perpetuate the same elite power structures that happened? And so I think role of third countries, third parties, multilaterals, bilaterals, when they negotiate peace, or when they facilitate discussions on peace, how critically they bring in the equity lens will be very important. Might be interesting to study that. So it's not always your own country when you're in conflict. Did others who play a role in peace building become equally important? So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now I request Dr. Simi Mehta ji for her remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. And Sandathanji, I am so grateful to you for this presentation. And actually, we are very proud that this fellowship program has brought in scholars like yourself, and you're going to bring out such a research. And I really concur with Nandita Baruah, madam, and I'd really be interested in seeing how your research output shapes. So congratulations on that, firstly. And yes, as you've mentioned that the unprecedented number of women in the movement, it has signaled that, women's refusal to live under the patriarchal military rule, especially after the military coup. And I'd also like to see or know from your side that are you going to compare and contrast the commitments from the grassroots civil society actors, because I know that there are many that exist there, and also the international community, the international organizations who are supporting them. Are there any differences, or is it all aligning with one another's objectives in resisting and in fact ultimately changing the norms that entrench the discrimination? So your views. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here I also include this WRO, Women Rights Organization, and also now in the country, like our resistance and the forces also very much focused on like bottom-up approach, even federalism, bottom-up federalism. So that's why that the grassroots and also those women are also working inside the country. But some of us are also working in this border area, but our women are also there. So that's why. So IDI and also KII from WRO also is expected to reflect the grassroots level voices as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we move on, I would like to thank Ms. Nandita Baruah ji for joining us. She will have to leave us now. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the opportunity. I'll try and log in a little later, still continuing, but I need to get in for another meeting. We'll jump in at a later time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandra.
I have loaded the book, which Ms. Nandita Baruah recommended. It is there. The PDF is there on chat box. You can download.
Thank you for doing that, Vibhuti ji. I'm glad you did it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, our honorable expert. Thank you.
Yeah, namaste.
So now I would like to invite Aditi ji for her presentation. Aditi ji, you can go on.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Can I have my slides up?
Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. My topic for my name is Aditi, and currently I'm a development professional at Grant Thornton, Bharat. And I'm working on a project that is actually, trying to do the income enhancement of women farmers Sorry, I'm not able to switch on my camera because, I'm just out for some really urgent, on-field work. I really apologize for that. So yeah, currently I'm a development professional in Grant Thornton, Bharat, and we are working on a project, on an initiative which is called the Simi initiative, where we are trying to enhance the women farmer income, in the under the central government initiative of doubling farmers' income. And right now, my topic for the fellowship is to study a comprehensive study of implementation and impact of the United Nations Resolution 1325, and what kind of impact it has brought on the international peace and security. So I'm kind of trying to repoliticize the gender security equation through this comprehensive study. Next slide, please. Yeah. So if we go through the literature review, from World War I, the definition of security was largely through a liberal and a realist tradition, where the state was a very central aspect of global politics analysis, where we define security as in terms of absence of war between states that can be achieved, and through more military and economic strength. We acquire, that was the definition of security, and it was inspired by the notion of balance of power. So when the critical paradigms emerged by the end of 1980s, when we saw a rise of multiple global issues that were global in its implications, such as there were a lot of civil wars and ethnic wars. We talked about poverty on a global scale, gender-based violence, any kind of environmental pollution. And the scholars came to a conclusion that here the capability of state as an adequate instrument was questioned when we talked about the security paradigm. The security paradigm expanded, meaning all these aspects of security, where we talk about food security, health security, all of that got included. The scholars kept on questioning the capability of single state to to be able to resolve all these issues which had international characteristics. And at that moment, in the critical theory paradigm, we have feminist perspective as well in global politics, which talked about placing gender as central to global politics analysis. It highlighted that there is, in the international relation space, we have a hierarchical power relations, which is very similar to patriarchal relations that we see in the society and in the community and in any kind of cultural settings. Women were specifically absent in the discourse of international relations. They were historically excluded from the high politics that we talk of about international relations and security. And hence we see the emergence of, or the conceptualization of, key elements of international relations, be it security, be it sovereignty, war and peace, all were defined in terms of masculine values, or as R.W. Connell says about it, being a hegemonic masculinity, where there is a culturally dominant masculinity definition that sustains and legitimizes the patriarchal authority in the international space as well. According to UN Women data as well, we see that there are, apart from 30 women, as of 2024, we have only 30 women who had served as a head of state. And even in cabinet positions, we do have women, but their portfolios are specifically restricted to the topics or issues that are considered as women issues. So United Nations Resolution of 1325 aims to establish gender as the central factor in the international security paradigm. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a little bit about the resolution. It's the first thematic resolution on women, peace and security that was passed in 2000. It, apart from recognizing women as victim, it also recognizes women as a crucial agent of change in peace and conflict resolution. This brings a shift in the notion of women just being a vulnerable group or as a victim of, larger conflicts. Next, the context that was set for the 1325 includes a lot of deliberations that happened on a global scale, be it the Declaration on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women or the Declaration of UN for Decade for Women in 1975 and 85, the Conventional and Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination, be it Beijing Declaration, and continued forward. And ultimately, we reach out to the point where we have this resolution that have 4 critical themes, which talks about women participation, her protection, the prevention of conflict, and gender mainstreaming in peace and security. For the adoption of this resolution or the implementation of the resolution on a state level, national action plans were adopted by some of the states. Around 109 countries out of 192 countries that we have in UN. And but we can also see that there are 30% of national action plans that have expired before 2022 or in 2022. Yeah, next slide, please.
Aditi ji, you will have to wrap up now. I mean,
yeah, I just have a slide more. Yeah, so while researching on the topic, the gap that was found by me was the last comprehensive study on implementation of the architecture on women, peace and security was carried out in 2015. Yeah, it was carried out in 2015 in collaboration with UN Women. After that, if we see the global world in a post-2015 era, we have major issues concerning gender-based violence, global terrorism, extremist ideologies in the West Asian countries, as well as in the global South, all across the global South, which we see of. And hence, this research work will be focusing on the period of analysis, this last decade of analysis, 2015 to 2024, and it will be contributing towards the a comprehensive study that was done in 2015 in collaboration with UN Women. So for the same, I have identified a few research questions. The major of this study is to contribute to the existing literature to provide a comprehensive understanding on the implementation and the impact of the resolution in the last decade. Few questions that I have identified, the research questions that I'll be working on are, I will be doing a study of the national action plans, which are currently adopted and it has not expired. The study will be done on those national action plans, that how they are contributing towards women, peace and security in the international framework. Second is, I will be also giving a comprehensive study or analysis on what kind of interventions were made through the resolution's core objective in the conflicts of global South post 2015. And given the diverse cultural context of India, what type of national action plan India should have? As we all know, till current date, we do not have a national action plan in India. So these are the major research questions that I'll be working on. The methodology, given the limited scope for the my fellowship research paper, I'll be largely relying on secondary data analysis, where especially literature review will be done for drawing on conclusions and finding. I'll also be delving into the factors of the conflicts that have taken place in the post-2015 era. And a case study analysis will be done for studying the resolution in the conflicts. If I can, would be in Afghanistan, as well as in the West Asian context and the Rohingya issue that emerged. So I'll be going through all of these conflicts and understanding how the resolution has been implemented for the durable peace and security in the international framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I think I understood that you have chosen a global south as this thing, but don't you think it is too wide a scope? Because you are going to do content analysis and also comparative analysis of different countries. So, and also come up with a detailed policy for India. So, do you think that you'll be able to give justice to the topic in such a short time, or just in your case study, like if in a literature review, you can have the global perspective, but when it comes to case studies, can you focus on one or two, the way our friend from Myanmar did, no? That and go into the intense polemics and the debates and discourses. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'll definitely try to do that to narrow down a bit. It's a very expansive topic which I have selected. So I know it becomes a bit difficult even when I was thinking of doing the whole global south. I narrowed the last decade rather than going since the inception of the resolution. I tried to narrow it down for the last decade. Yes, there will be a lot of ethnic conflicts that I have to take up for. I'll try to do some sort of comparative analysis of grouping up the regions, if that's possible, and trying to do that sort of analysis that will bring a much better outcome of this program. Yeah.
Because currently also there are 48 geographical locations where the conflicts are on, no? So you, as you said, if you group them, that would be fine, because the reason may be different. Some are because of the economic crisis, some are because of the ethnic this thing, some are because of the internal civil war, and some are because of the territorial war, no? So I think you will have to make a thematic classification and see that how WPS agenda is implemented in those contexts.
Yes, definitely, ma'am. I'll definitely try to incorporate it. And yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Over to Dr. Simi Mehta now.
Aditi ji, my question to you is a little related to that of Professor Patel. You mentioned in your methodology about the national action plans for different countries, and it doesn't show how clearly how many countries and what are these. Just to be very, very focused, we need to know the number of countries, or then we'll help you narrow down on the numbers and whether these would be appropriate. So could we get some clarity on that?
Ma'am, as far as I have gone through the NAPs, a lot of them has expired prior to 2022, and many countries have not renewed their national action plan. I would have to kind of check the numbers of how many NAPs are still in, it's still being implemented, or they haven't expired. That part I need to kind of focus on a bit in my research work, that I haven't been able to do it, but I'll do it in this coming days.
Yeah. So if you could specify the names of the countries, then however you're choosing, whether those who have expired and those who are either they're continuing at the moment, maybe then we could categorize. That would be helpful.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. I'll definitely take it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Ekta Singh ji to go on with the presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have the slides, please? So, hello everyone. A very good evening to you all. My name is Ekta Singh. I hail from Sultanpur district of Uttar Pradesh, and last year I completed my graduation in political science. Last year I completed my graduation in political science from Banaras Hindu University, and currently I'm pursuing masters in gender studies. And in future, I aspire to research in the field of women and gender studies. So the title of my research for this particular fellowship is From Invisibility to Visibility, Women as Agents of War and Peace. Next slide, please. So when we talk about international relations, so the field is concerned with developing an understanding of why states and non-state international actors interact as they do. And it's a diverse field, both in terms of what kinds of behavior are studied and how they are studied. And international conflict, particularly war, continues to be an important focus of the field. Why do wars start, who wins and why, and how can war be prevented. And policy making is another important area of international relations. But we must not forget that though we are born on the same planet, we grow up in a gendered world, and gender division of society is power politics. It involves hierarchy, gender division of labor, domination, subordination, public-private dichotomy, and political economy. And global exploitation of human resources. All are dimensions of all are considered as dimensions of men's world in which women are exploited, oppressed, and discriminated against. So when I think about gender inequality or gender mainstreaming, I get reminded of a very famous quote by Bertrand Russell that in all affairs, it's a healthy thing now and then to hang a question mark on the things that we have long taken for granted. And the study of women's experiences, knowledge, skills, expertise, contributions has a relatively short history, and its emergence can be dated as recently as late the 1980s. And women are half of the population, and they can offer incredibly important and newer perspective. Their perspectives have been missing for a long time, and no society can afford to leave the potential of half of its population untapped. So various stakeholders need to ensure that women's perspectives are included, and for that we need more women in leadership. So taking a lesson from Bertrand Russell, we can't afford to take women's perspective for granted. There are cost and reward for every decision we make. So as we evolve, change becomes important, and as nation grows and prospers, inclusivity becomes more important because we can afford it to be. Next slide, please. While a wealth of research exists on feminist perspective of international relations and processes, there remains a lack of comprehensive studies regarding the different types of roles and responsibilities women take in war and peacemaking processes. They are not just sufferers and victims of wars, but also acting as combatants and soldiers during wars, and joining national police forces, and helping the survivors of wars, and accelerating the peacemaking processes. And studies need to be done to expose the historical constructedness of gender roles in war and peace building processes. Next slide, please. So here I will be dealing with 4 questions. The first one is what is the meaning of security and power for women, and how have these two concepts been reformulated by feminist thinkers? And the second question is what is the socio-economic, commercial, environmental, cultural effects of structural adjustment program on women in India, and how has it increased their participation in international affairs? And the third one is what is the nature of various roles and responsibilities taken by women during war and peace building processes, and how is it changing in 21st century? And the fourth one is what are the efforts being made by state and non-state actors to make the war and peacemaking processes more gender inclusive? Next slide, please. So here I will be opting qualitative research methodology, through theoretical exploration of feminist perspective of international relations given by various prominent feminist scholars like Carol Cohen and Judith Antickner, Cynthia Enloe, and others. And it will also include a narrative analysis of primary as well as secondary data provided in reports of various organizations and scholarly writings. And I will also be interviewing some experts in the field of international relations and gender studies, and this study will revolve around India. Next slide, please.
Aditya, you will, Ekta Singh ji, you will have to wrap up now in half a minute.
Yeah. So the study will be divided into into 5 chapters. First one will be introduction, and then second redefining the concepts of power and security, and then third will be changing roles and responsibilities, and fourth one non-state actors as key players, and the last will be conclusion. Next slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ekta ji. Over to Vibhuti ma'am now.
Yeah, Ekta ji, you have chosen the India as an example for this, but when you are continuously saying war and peace efforts, so are women making war efforts? That means ideology of jingoism. Do women have any role to create this kind of hello? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Huh. So when you are constantly saying war and peacemaking, so war making also women are doing. That's your understanding.
No, what we were thinking earlier that women were women were acting as wives or mothers, nurses, social workers, and sex workers, nurturers. But now their roles are changing. Like they are working as combatants and policymakers and taking part in official process. So I'm trying to emphasize on that. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So women being inducted in law and order machinery or military is a different issue than making war. No, making war you need a highly that. Yeah, so you should be careful about what you are saying. Women's induction in army, women's induction in police, that is a different issue rather than making war. No, that is one. Secondly, you are talking here the time period you need to define, because you are talking about structural adjustment program, which India adopted in 1991. So now from 91 to 2024, are you going to take that time period, or you are
I will be taking it. I will be tracing this history like from the time of Lakshmi Sehgal, who was in Azad Hind Force, and then the various armed efforts that has been made by females against Britishers. And I will be keeping these things in background, but I will be tracing like how the various Supreme Court judgments evolved till in 2020. Supreme Court passed this judgment of giving commanding officers role to women, which was not earlier. So I will be tracing that also, various Supreme Court judgments and reports of the government of India and defense ministry. Yeah.
So how will you relate it to the macroeconomic policies of structural adjustment program and women in the informal sector? Because you have brought in all those aspects also of macroeconomy, and at the same time you are also talking about women's induction in the armed forces right from 1945 till the date. How are you going to establish connection between the two?
Like after this structural adjustment program, there was exchange of ideas, so like there were various NATO countries that have already included women in the combating roles, but India did it very late, like in 2020. So I'm just talking about in that context.
No, so structural adjustment program is an economic category, which means that countries have to, as per the World Bank and IMF and General Agreement on Trade and Tariff, countries which have a adverse balance of payment, they have to have a stabilization policy, because these are the countries, mostly post-colonial countries of Latin America, Africa, and Asia, who had to to qualify to get any support from aid from World Bank or IMF, had to do internal reorganization of their economy in terms of liberalization, privatization, and globalization, and drastically reduce social sector budget. It is a totally different ballgame than what you are talking of women's induction in armed forces.
Like it obviously enhanced the participation of women in public sector, this structural adjustment program.
No, structural adjustment program resulted in massive VRS program for women. So currently we have only 6% of women in public sector of India, which used to be earlier 17 to 18% before structural adjustment program, because massive computer IT enabled services were brought in, and women were the first to be targeted and persuaded to take voluntary retirement after 20 years of service. So structural adjustment program resulted in informalization of women. Women in the informal sector only they get job.
Okay, I will look into this. Yeah. Yes.
So you need, it is a totally different thing. It is a macroeconomic policy, which Mr. Manmohan Singh, first of all, Mr. Narsingh Rao brought in when Dr. Manmohan Singh was finance minister. And after that, it was there. So it's a very different, it's an economic tool brought in the poorer countries to reduce the social sector budget. That means budget on education, health, employment, skilling, and nutrition, food and nutrition, and also so this is what is the understanding of structural adjustment program. Liberalization of agriculture, liberalization of financial sector, liberalization of macroeconomy. That is the meaning of structural adjustment program. In fact, your university had organized a program on globalization. You can read the volume edited by Madam, the Director of Women's Studies Center.
Okay, I will look into it. Okay,
Professor Mishra, yeah.
Over to Simi ma'am now.
Quickly, my suggestion is that when you are looking at various feminist scholars, you have mentioned all the non-Indian feminist scholars. But since it is a study of India, I'd like to see if you could focus more on Indian feminists since the past to the present. That would be very helpful in situating your topic to the core. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There is a book volume called Women in Power. That will be very, very useful for your paper, dissertation. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Even Professor Ambassador Trigunayat ji also mentioned that book. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call Ananya Acharya ji.
Ananya ji is absent, like she'll share her PPT later.
All right.
For the next participant.
All right, so the next participant is Jumani Pathak ji.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you share the slide, please? Greetings, everyone. My name is Jumani Pathak. Currently, I am a doctoral student in Public Administration and Policy Studies in Central University of Kerala. So my topic is gendered approaches to security, feminist foreign policy, and women's participation in conflict and migration policy, focusing on Rohingya Muslims in Bangladesh. Next slide. The Rohingya crisis revolves around the forced displacement of Rohingya Muslims from Myanmar due to systematic discrimination and statelessness and violence peaking in 2017 with over 742,000 refugees fleeing to Bangladesh, and particularly it's concentrated in Cox's Bazar. These refugees endure poverty, statelessness, and gender-based challenges, and mainly women who face violence, trafficking, and exclusion from decision-making roles. When it comes to the problem areas, in Bangladesh, migration and security policies often adopt a very state-centric approach. They prioritize on border control, resource allocation, and national security over the specific needs of vulnerable groups, like Rohingya women. When it comes to state-centric policies, it's mostly the refugees are concentrated in particularly in particular places like Cox's Bazar, and they do not have, they have very limited access to essential services, and women are like, it leaves women dependent and marginalized. Next slide. The different research gaps are gendered analysis of policies, So exceptional vulnerabilities of Rohingya women. And in peace building, women have very, like, with scarce empirical data Rohingyas women leadership and community roles have been very limited. Intersectionality in displacement. When it comes to gender, ethnic, and religion, Rohingya women particularly are faced with triple threat. For example, they are women, they are ethnically vulnerable, and also in terms of religion, it's one of the issues. The global frameworks, when it comes to UNSRC, in context of Rohingya refugee policies, they have a very limited constraint to put entire, they are focusing only in the particular, like, refugees, but they are not focusing on women-centric issues much. Next slide. When it comes to yeah, just a minute. Yeah, so the key questions here are, like, number one is, how can feminist foreign policy frameworks enhance conflict resolution in the Rohingya crisis? Here I will be talking about Rohingya crisis and how in the different elements of for feminist foreign policy, we can take, like, we can bring the context of Rohingya women, and we tweak it to its need to particular element. When it comes to barriers and, like, different meaningful participation in peace building processes, here I would like to give an example of, like, quote an example of different countries that have similar issues and they came up with different solutions. For example, the Jordan Syrian refugee, they have come up with a sort of economic initiative for Syrian refugees, like vocational training and employment, particularly targeting the women to reduce economic dependency. Then when it comes to legal and citizenship rights, Colombia and Venezuelan migrants have a strategy where they have given temporary legal status to Venezuelan migrants, making sure that they get health education, and labor markets. Next slide. When it comes to key findings, the first thing is, despite being, like, women's voices are very marginalized. So despite being disappropriately affected, Rohingya women have very minimal roles in decision making for peace building or migration policies. Several collectives like BRAC, Action Aid Bangladesh, JRP, and other local Bangladeshi organizers are working on addressing these particular issues, but the actions have been very limited. When it comes to gendered vulnerability persist, like, they have limited access to education, economic marginalization, and gender-based violence, which has been, like, through literature reviews, I have found that there are a lot of instances of gender-based violences which have been failed to be noticed. And number three is the mobility of refugee men is highly restricted by violence. So intersectional operation is overlooked here. Mainly the men have been, since the men have been limited in their sort of job and things, women are being in that sort of role of family's breadwinner. But despite this, the women's status has not been improved in either the family or the community. Number four is policies like UNSCR have limited implementation in the Rohingya context as well. And current framework failed to address the gendered challenges of forced prostitution, trafficking, and economic exclusion of women. Number five, many Rohingya leaders within the camps have taken it upon themselves to organize informal schools for children and adults, focusing on literacy, vocational skills, and basic education. These grassroots efforts can be scaled up by sort of training and empowering community educators, ensuring culturally relevant and inclusive education and skill training. Next slide.
Giovanni ji, you will have to wrap up now. You are already over by 2
this is
minutes.
the last slide. So these women have demonstrated remarkable resilience and, like, sort of capacity. So when we focus on Rohingya women, we should make them as a sort of agents of change, not as a victim, because since they have like so much of resilience, and like, you know, they have built a sort of like community leadership and all. And given them that opportunity, they can thrive to, you know, come up with different solutions among themselves. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, thank you, Jumani ji. You will also be conducting interviews, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Where in which city? Which refugee camp?
In Cox's Bazar itself, I have come up with some context there. So I'll be I'll be having like phone conversations and all mostly.
Yeah, yeah. And you will get the permissions from the
Yes.
authorities?
Yeah. I have already spoken to some of them. Yes.
Okay. And you will anonymize and follow the ethical guidelines.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a very robust proposal, in terms of analytical rigor and the scope that you have.
Actually working on that, so I thought it would be better option for me to work on this.
It shows your work for a long association with the subject. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Mehta now.
Yeah, I had a similar question which Vibhuti ma'am just asked. And similarly, this would actually lend the whole study into a new level, wherein you could situate the ask for an FFP, not just focusing on the Rohingya women in particular, but also for Bangladesh in particular, as well as the global south. So if
even Myanmar.
Even Myanmar.
Yes.
So that would be very fascinating to know. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So with this, we move on to Shobna Karthikeyan ji.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please share my slide, ma'am? Good evening to everyone. Good evening, Vibhuti ma'am. Good evening, Simi ma'am.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. I will just get started. My presentation is on my presentation is basically on foreign trade policy. I'm sorry, I forgot to include the title. It's on foreign trade policy, looking at foreign trade policy with gender lenses. So moving on, the first one is first I would like to bring about a nexus between foreign policy and foreign trade policy. While foreign policy is generally understood as a nation's overarching strategy in dealing with other nations in terms of political, diplomatic, defense, and security objectives, it's a bigger picture, it's a bigger umbrella. But within that, the foreign trade policy is a key component. The foreign trade policy has more to do with economics. It's got to do with money, exchange of goods, services, capital, labor, all of that. So more specifically, digging into the details, it takes into account trade agreements, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and exports and import regulations, and essentially building a strong working economic relationship between countries. So all of these things that we have in foreign policy, such as the political, diplomatic, defense, and security objectives, are kind of intertwined in the foreign trade policy as well, where the economics is used to push the political agendas. For example, we have the foreign trade agreements between countries. This is used to foster political and economic cooperation between countries. So these two are highly interlinked, but it's just that the foreign trade policy has more economics than politics in it, but politics and diplomatic issues become an important part of this as well. Moving on to the next slide. As is the case with any policy, we generally tend to assume that even the foreign trade policy is gender neutral, and apparently it is not. Unfortunately, it is not. So rather far from it, the foreign trade policy also does its share in exacerbating the gender inequalities that already exist in societies. So the impact is definitely not the same on men and women. The impacts are differential. Classic cases can be a pink tariff, where there is a greater tariff on goods and services that are used more by women. So women in this case are not only affected from a consumer because they tend to use certain clothes or certain types of pouches or purses or anything, but then from the labor side also because it renders those particular industries non-competitive. So on both sides, they bear the brunt. Another popular example can be that starting off an export processing zone or something at the outskirts of any city, any thriving city. If that happens, naturally it is going to affect women negatively than men because it provides more employment opportunities to men, invariably something situated out of the city. Most, at least in Chennai, most of the export processing zones are situated away from the thriving parts of the city, which means that it entails a greater travel to get to work and come back. But if an unencumbered man can generally undertake longer travels, but that's not the case with women. So these are the things that are generally ignored when it comes to bringing about employment opportunities. It is definitely not the same for both sexes. So moving on to the next slide. So what is important here is that we need to be accommodating the gender perspective. So any policy that is brought about has to be gender accommodating in its perspective. Definitely, that is a kind of a non-negotiable thing going forward. So also, if you look at certain stubborn patterns of gender roles within within any society, in India, we can see that there is a historical feminization of certain work, and certain work definitely go to the men. Similarly, in COVID, we did see that about 70% of the frontline workers happen to be women. So they invariably make up the biggest chunk of the informal and the temporary job market as well. Moving on to the next slide. So if we are going to incorporate gender lenses in a foreign trade policy, the society will benefit greatly, a few of which are listed here. It can bring about increased labor force participation. It brings about better economic opportunity in terms of entrepreneurship and other opportunities as well. Both in direct and indirect employment, women can actually be employed. So there is a need for better family-friendly labor market, such as access to the daycare facilities, or those things have to be incorporated when policies are coming about. That's the whole ask here. So this can bring about a reduction in the gender pay gap. So, and this also leads to better financial inclusion for women. Women put in positions of power where they can make decisions actually on behalf of women. So again, better healthcare facilities. In a way, economic empowerment has some kind of an impact on reduction of violence against women as well. So on the whole, it can bring about a whole host of benefits for women in general. The review of literature on first glance appears to be talking in two voices. People have argued both ways, saying that international... Yes.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but you will have to wrap up in
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very fast, ma'am. I'll just do it. So it looks like both ways, saying that it has impacted women in a certain way, but a greater number of literature actually tells us that women have contributed greatly in terms of taking a pay cut and helping the success of the export industries. So, in fact, low and middle income countries use low pricing as a strategy, and the low pricing is put at the heads of the women. So, in a way, in one of the sessions, Vibhuti ma'am was saying that women have subsidized the success of international trade here. Yes, that is what literature exactly says as well. So, international competition adds the fuel anyway to the existing inequalities. So the objectives of the study is to look at the foreign trade policy of 23-28 using the World Bank and the World Bank framework. Moving on to the next slide, there are about two gender lenses that are there. One is from this literature, which looks at women from an employment, entrepreneurship, consumption, and allocation of household caregiving responsibility perspective. We are going to be looking at only two perspectives. So employment and household caregiving responsibilities alone will be taken for the purpose of this study. Moving on, the foreign policy of trade policy of India is divided into 10. It is going to be a secondary study, basically to see whether women have been expressly stated in any of it or not, or it is perceived to be gender neutral. Ma'am, I have barely started off with the study and actually methodologically slightly stuck here as well. So from this point onwards, when we look at the legal framework, it comes across as neutral only. there is technically nothing said for women. So in many places, the women perspective is not taken into account at all. So naturally, it is going to only push whatever, existing norms of the society forward by another 5 years. So I'm not sure which way to conclude this, and I'm kind of methodologically stuck at this point, ma'am. So I just wanted to tell that here. But a further digging in will give me clarity. But this is where I have actually reached right now, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think the foreign trade policy, when there is a gender is absent, then women are only perceived as a third world cheap labor, no? When it comes to the labor market. Okay.
Yes,
You have
ma'am.
seen such a humiliating treaties signed by developing country. For example, Bangladesh signed a treaty with the Middle Eastern countries that they would, with one male migrant, they would send one woman migrant, no?
Yes,
And
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
who would work as a domestic worker. And you should see the horror stories, the testimonies that they have given. Not allowed to use phone, not allowed to meet fellow people. The people from Bangladesh, they don't even know the Arab language. They are speaking only Bengali. And they are, even the man with whom they are accompanied, they can't even contact them. They can't contact their relative. So, and plus
Yes, ma'am.
working under tremendous, there are just no labor standards. None of the standards of labor ILO decent work are implemented. So
Yes, ma'am.
that you can, I think, focus. And I think all of us are guilty because India is also exporting a lot of domestic workers to Southeast Asian countries. They go to Singapore and Hong Kong and all, no, from Goa. And there
Yes,
are
ma'am.
many from southern states who are going to the Gulf countries. So that can be one. Why can't
ma'am.
in a trade relation the caveat of labor standards and labor relations, no, as per the ILO guidelines, be included in
Yes,
terms of
ma'am.
leave, in terms of rest, in terms of leisure time, and in terms of a better living condition? Are they given separate room? Like you see other countries in Southeast Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong, there is a regular inspection. Every worker, domestic worker who is employed, they have to, their wages are paid. There is a transparency. They are paid in account through NEFT, and they are given separate room. They are given weekly off. All these things are there, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that can be one angle. Second one is about the vaccine war, no, that happened during the pandemic. I think you can take it as a case study that
Okay,
how none of the multinational corporations and transnational corporations were ready to even subsidize the cost of vaccine. For first time, like in the human history, we have heard about paid vaccine. It was never there. Vaccine was always a state subject,
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
it was or it was subsidized by the completely 100% subsidy was provided by either UNICEF or for, say, polio vaccine or the smallpox vaccine. We never paid for smallpox vaccine.
Yes, ma'am.
In none of the countries. It was a measure by the public health concerns, no, all over that. And there was a lot of global cooperation happening, no, in terms
Yes,
of
ma'am.
scientific collaboration, or the country people would not they would be officially sent by one nation to the other nation to curb the epidemic, even the plague, no, at the time of plague. So all first time we saw the complete commercialization at the time of pandemic. So many African countries, they did not get any vaccine. We don't even have data how many died, no, due to COVID. So I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
this kind of a scenario, when you have a general agreement of trade and tariff and GATS, who are so particular and obsessed about intellectual property, no, intellectual property rights, why couldn't they convince the rich countries that on a humanitarian ground, as a humanitarian assistance, they could provide either a free or a low cost vaccine to the? It was only India, and that was
Yes,
called
ma'am.
vaccine diplomacy, that India. I think that would be a very important thing, because see, and whenever there is scarcity, women are the last to be getting those services, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
we had this CEO from ADB who came to Bombay to inspect work of Maharashtra government, no? And he said there were 50 vaccines in Philippines. Okay,
Oh.
so who could get it? Only the top ministers, even the ministers and all, no, they were also hunting for vaccines. So some of the richest people who could pay the highest amount could get the COVID vaccine, no?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that was the kind of crisis. So I think if you go through the literature on vaccine war and vaccine politics, no, and the role of international institutions. I think we can, because on one hand, WHO was making an appeal, but none of the rich countries were ready to
Yes,
this.
yes,
On the contrary, America blackmailed us. No, Mr. Trump blackmailed India that if you don't send Covaxin, then we will have a trade war. No, so they can do. Rich countries can blackmail and threaten the poor countries, but
yes, ma'am.
they don't have any responsibility. So I think that would be a very interesting thing. And we also, there are data available about vaccine gap, no, gender gap in vaccines.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
data,
Yes, ma'am.
data available that the women were the last to be considered as an important cohort for vaccination.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now we'll move on to the next participant, Simran Napitji.
Simi ma'am is there. No? She also has to respond.
No, actually, ma'am has ma'am is not there right now. She will join us soon.
Okay, okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, yeah.
Simran Napitji, you can continue.
Yes, Fiza ma'am. Am I audible?
Simran Napitji.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Thank you, respected Vibhuti ma'am, Dr.
Yeah.
Simi, Fiza ma'am, and all the participants present out here today. This is Ms. Simran giving about my short introduction. I'm a section officer in Supreme Court of Nepal, and I have been working a lot in working for and also like inspiring women. And I have seen so many women in diplomatic leadership and their overcoming barriers. So that's why I have chosen a topic which is that women in diplomatic leadership, overcoming gender barriers and building bridges in the global south and beyond. So talking about why I chose this particular topic is that one particular thing strike my mind. So whenever we like address someone, we'll say ladies and gentlemen. So before gentlemen, we always address ladies, but when it comes to the action, then we call like gentlemen are always prioritized than ladies. So that's the simple instances. It might sound micro, but the effects that causes is very high. So that's why I really want to see that actual framework, the patriarchal framework that is hindering the women in taking up the diplomatic positions. So moving ahead, like overcoming the gender barriers and building bridges, I have tried to look upon the importance of women in global diplomacy. So women definitely bring the unique perspectives and approaches to diplomatic negotiation, enhancing the quality of decision making on international issues. So there are different challenges faced by women in diplomatic roles. So that's why I am basically, I would like to research on the different contributions made by the women in different diplomatic position and also with different examples. So moving on to another slide. So yes, now you see like the evolution of women's role in diplomacy is very few. Even in Nepal, the woman leading the diplomatic roles is very few, and it's really in counting numbers. So that is why I have planned to look upon the examples that how what are the barriers that women are facing to achieve this diplomatic roles in the context. So moving on to another slide. So yes, I will definitely look up on the statistical review that how women are behind in this diplomatic leadership. And along with that, with regions with low gender representation, and also I will be highlight on the advancement areas for improvement. So with this, I have taken, and I've also talked to different diplomatic sectors in Nepal where they are very willing to provide me the statistical data, even the interviews that I have already asked for, and definitely I look up on like how Nepal is lagging behind with regards to women in the diplomatic leadership. So that would be definitely going to give about the real face of women participation in diplomacy. So moving on to another slide. Then I look up on like how gender bias is actually, face like challenging this actual stereotype. So moving on to another slide. Next slide, please. So yes, then I'll also look up on different gender equality strategies, and also will frame and come up with new strategies to overcome the gender barriers in diplomacy, along with the policies, also the mentorship programs that I'm even looking with, and also with the networking opportunities. Next slide, please. And also, I look up on, as I work in Supreme Court, I will also look up on the different judgments of Supreme Court of Nepal, and also of different regions that will actually work for building bridges to the diplomacy. Next slide, please. And also, like, regarding empowerment of women and also to lead with the diplomatic positions, the role of education and training is very, very important. So then I'll also, with my research, I'll look up on the different institutions offering the programs to help the women actually seek the diplomatic leadership, and also the significance of educational opportunities in the global world. So this should be the important thing that I'll be doing while empowering women, along with one video reference that I have been preparing with. So I'll also come across with this as well. So next slide, please. So we have, yes, the different promising figures, and also the different challenges that will definitely work with the digital diplomacy, and that will save the future to have the more number of women in diplomatic leadership. So that will be that I'll be working on the challenges, and also I'll seek for the opportunities that will definitely help for the upcoming leaders, and also the upcoming interested leaders to work a lot in diplomatic forum. Next slide, please. Yes, so when talking about the women in diplomacy, we had seen various vital roles in shaping the global policies, but also with contributing to peace and understanding. There's the importance of support and empowerment that will lead and the world in contributions to global harmony. So for this, I will definitely be working on some of the fact sheet that the Nepal's, the NGOs are providing for the role of women in diplomatic leadership. So I'll also put some of the insights on this particular framework. Next slide, please.
Simran Napiji, you will have to wrap up in half a minute now.
Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity, and definitely I'll work with this particular topic for advocacy for gender equality, and also for promoting that how women can be promoted in this diplomatic space. So definitely I'm looking forward for the better research and better outcome that I can come with to see more women in diplomatic affairs. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Simran Napiji. Over to Vibhuti ma'am.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that do you have a training center in Nepal for mentoring women into diplomacy?
Yes, ma'am. So recently, as we have the female foreign minister, Arju Devarana. So she's, yes, Arju Devarana, and she's quite interested in, motivating women in diplomatic leadership. So under her leadership, she's also organizing different programs, and also the Supreme Court is collaborating. And soon, like after a week, we are going to hold a important session for advancing women in foreign policy, not diplomatic leadership, and also like US Embassy is helping a lot in Nepal. Recently, we organize with the collaboration of Supreme Court the advancement of women in law and diplomatic leadership recently, and 2 sessions have already been done, but this would be followed by the number of continuation of series, and that I'll also would like to present to this Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, and also to IMPRI. If possible, I'll definitely send all the things that we have done in the context of uplifting women in female diplomatic leadership.
Going to be very interesting, this thing, because even in 1325, I saw there is a lot of consciousness among women in public life, including women's movement has played a very important. So you will also see the interface of women's movement with the women in diplomacy. Has women's movement in Nepal encouraged more women to join foreign policy and diplomacy sector? Will you see that as a route? Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Muhammad Shafiq Sultanji to go on with the presentation.
Yeah.
Muhammad Shafiq Sultanji, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you share my slide?
Sure.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Shafiq Sultan. I am an exiled scholar and PhD candidate in the Political Science Department, University of Delhi. So my topic is feminist foreign policy in Afghanistan and Pakistan from 2021 to 25. Next slide. So feminist foreign policy emphasizes gender equality and the empowerment of women, which is directly aligned with the SDGs role number 5. This goal aims to end discrimination against women and girls, ensuring their full participation in leadership and decision making. The principle of feminist foreign policy resonates with CEDAW objective to eliminate discrimination and promote women's rights in all areas of life, including political, social, and economic sphere. Feminist foreign policy also supports the fundamental human rights of all individuals, particularly the rights of women and marginalized communities, as outlined in the declaration. Next slide. Feminist foreign policy in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The focus of women's rights in conflicted areas like Afghanistan and Pakistan align with the Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which speak about peace, justice, and strong institutions, which promote peaceful and inclusive society. And the return of Taliban has severely impacted gender equity. Regarding Afghanistan, Taliban put an end to women's fundamental rights, and half of the population became deprived of their rights. Like recently, they closed the courses, medical courses for midwives. And regarding some challenges in Afghanistan and Pakistan faces like a complex socio-political landscape, deep-rooted patriarchy, and ongoing conflict. So the period between 2021 and 25 represents a critical era for analyzing these dynamics, especially in Afghanistan under the Taliban regime, and in Pakistan, evolving foreign policy amid regional instability. So foreign policy is like a Western perspective. It's like applied in Canada and Sweden and Mexico, and like in Pakistan and Afghanistan, it's like narrowed down. Next slide. Can you hear me? Okay. The research gap is like the need for the collaboration among researchers, policymakers, and organizations to gather data and insight and the impact of feminist foreign policy. Strengthening partnership is essential for achieving the sustainable development goals. And there is also the lack of empirical studies on practical implementation of feminist foreign policy reflects CEDAW call for government to collect data and conduct research to inform policy aimed at eliminating discrimination against women. Next slide. So there are three questions like how feminist foreign policy been implemented in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and what are the challenges faced by Afghan women under the current political regime? How effective are these policies in promoting gender equality and women empowerment? Next slide. Objective. The main objective is to analyze the implementation of feminist foreign policy in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and to assess the impact of these policies on women's rights and lives. And third one is to identify challenges and barriers to achieving gender equality. Next slide. Research methodology. I will apply for this qualitative approach and exploratory approach, because on this, it's like a comparative. There is no work done on this, like Afghanistan and Pakistan collectively, and the data will be collected from case studies and interviews. So interview will be done through virtual mode and in person, and case study data will be collected through questionnaire, and from Afghanistan Foreign Ministry and Pakistan Ministry, Afghanistan Human Rights Commission, which is right now close in Afghanistan, but it's from outside of Afghanistan, those who are activists in Afghanistan, they are working in exile, and diaspora, they are, so I will collect the data from them. And secondary data will be collected also from some book, internet resources, even IMPRI. So significance of the studies is to inform policymakers and NGOs about the effectiveness of feminist foreign policy and contributing to the global agenda for global equality, and providing insight for better policy. The study aligns with the CEDAW goal of ensuring that women can enjoy their rights fully and without discrimination. Thank you.
Over to Vibhuti ma'am now.
Yeah, sir, it's a very, very important topic, and the whole world is going to get new insights. My problem is that why is it echoing? Why is it echoing? Hello?
I didn't get you, ma'am. Hello?
Why there is echo of...
Ma'am, can you check it if it is just for you or for everyone?
No, it's coming for everyone. It's from Mohammed Sheikh's side.
Okay.
Yeah. So my this thing is that you have said that you will interview diaspora. How will you do it? Will it be online interviews, or you will be meeting them in person? And diaspora community from Afghanistan, in how many countries you will be able to interview? Are you part of the Chatham workshop which are taking place? Hello, are you able to attend those workshops where we can speak about the problem, but we can't quote a person? Hello, how are you going to conduct the primary data?
Shafiq ji, are you there? Mohammed Shafiq ji?
He needs to unmute, Fiza.
Yeah.
Mohammed Shafiq ji, can you unmute yourself and speak? Okay.
Hello? Oh, it's...
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I said the data will be collected here in India. Some of the data, there are around 15,000 Afghanistan refugees, and they are living in Bhugal, Lajpat Nagar, and in some area even in Hyderabad, Assam. So I have there some groups. I meet some people. So I even some Afghanistan. I have some groups of Afghanistan, like ex-diplomatic staff. So, like some females, some of them were like ambassador, like deputy minister, like minister of state for cultural affairs. So I will collect some data from them. Even from Pakistan, I have some like Pakistan Islamic University in Islamabad. So they also promised me like, and that refugee camp. So they will collect the data from questionnaire, even some virtual interviews.
Okay, thank you. Chosen a very important topic.
Simi ma'am, do you want to give your remarks from this presentation?
Yeah, just wanted to add if Mohammed Ji could also add inputs from the academics and also Pakistan academics who are working on gender equality. That would be also because right now what kind of responses we would get, it is quite understandable, and we could also figure that out. So given the dire situation in which the two countries are, especially Afghanistan under the Taliban regime, so in perspective, in retrospect, and in prospect, and the current situation, some academic inputs would be very helpful. Based across the world, wherever you could find notable professors and academics, researchers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'll like to call upon Nandita Kapoorji.
Mr. Parvez Babul has raised hand. Don't know why.
Parvez Babulji, you can unmute yourself and say if you have some comment or something. Also, Nandita Kapoorji is in the attendees section. Can someone promote them to the panelist?
Sure, till the time we'll just move on to the next one.
Yeah, sure. I request Devjani Chaudhary ji to go on with the presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have shared my PPT. Could you please? Yes. Yes. To begin with, I would like to thank IMPRI and the Asia Foundation for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation here today. My topic will be climate change, mitigation, and adaptive policies, a feminist perspective. I am presently a research fellow with the University of North Bengal. Can we just move on to this next slide, please? Right. Now, climate change is here to stay. Now, we cannot really, it is something which is in. So now we have to find ways of actually facing it. So there are two ways of doing it. One is mitigation, which addresses the causes of the climate change, and where international discussions and decision-making becomes so much more important. And the other is adaptation, adjusting to the effect of the climate change based on past impacts or expected future impacts, both at the national and at the local level. Now, mitigation, like I said, requires policies for international collaboration. And that is where now this climate change is nothing but it's a kind of a public good. And I, being a student of economics here, I'd like to say that public goods are goods which has features. Which has features like it is non-excludable and non-rivalrous. So therefore, policies or programs which may be taken at the international level, when it comes down to the national... I think Nandita Kapoor ma'am wants to say something. All right. Shall I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Yes, please continue.
Yes. So when it comes to policies which are taken at the international level, when it comes down to the national and the local levels, we'll find that it is completely, since it is in not agreeing with our economic requirements, we might flout it, we might not be following it. And so adaptation is something totally different. And adaptation requires policies for livelihood, for resource management, disaster management, health management, climate risk management, Can you just click once again, please? The next part of it has to come in. Yes. So what we see is that there is a differentiated impact of climate change on men and women. And that is why I'm taking up this particular topic, and it interests me a lot. We find that there is gendered vulnerabilities which are interlinked with social relations and hierarchies. Women have to travel for longer distances for collecting water, fodder, fuel wood, etc. Female-headed households are more vulnerable and they're more exposed and they're sensitive than the male-headed ones. And female workers hold a very small percentage of green jobs because the future lies in green jobs. If women are not trained, the STEM, if you look at the NEP, is also stressing on STEM education. If this is not done, if this change is not brought in, if women are not brought into this, then maybe they'll fall behind even more because 50% of our population is already the female population. Next slide, please. Right. So if you look at international policies, we have the UNFCCC. It has only at the 13th COP held in India that women's role in addressing climate change was recognized. In 2017, the UNFCCC adopted the Gender Action Plan, followed by the National Action Plan. And this gap that we find is with respect to maternal health, nutrition, gender responsive education system, harmful practices and violence, equitable water, sanitation and hygiene system, and social protection and care. One more click, please. Right. So the gap that we see in the climate change policy, now, even when countries have agreed to mainstreaming gender in their policies, the national climate change policies have actually ignored it. And studies have actually revealed that. At the subnational level in India, though gender is recognized in climate action plans, it lacks a holistic approach. Like I was talking about the STEM education, the skilling, reskilling, upskilling of women need to be done much more. And women's and girls' health aspect, this also really needs to be looked into. The absence of intersectionality in climate change policy, this again is aggravating, it aggravates the pre-existing socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and women will be more at risk if they are not really keeping pace with what is the need of the hour. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the objective of my study will be to identify the gender gap in international agreements on climate change and national at subnational levels, and specifically with respect to India, to study the impact of climate action policies on women's education, health, and livelihood, and also to study how climate change policies affect the socioeconomic vulnerabilities of women. There's no denying that this climate change that's happening, it's definitely going to affect women much more, and they shall be left out, as many of our presenters have actually pointed out. Ma'am was also pointing it out, and that is where the STEM learning comes in, upskilling, reskilling, all of these aspects also comes in. Another click, please.
Jan Chaudhary ji, you will have to wrap up.
Yes. The methodology of the study, I'll just quickly go into it. My literature will be academic publication reports. We'll also examine regarding the policy analysis and be looking into the UNFCCC COP documents, national action plans, state action plans for climate change, factors these policies consider for gender vulnerabilities, and provisions that these policies have to promote the adaptive capacity of women and address their vulnerabilities. And some of the case studies which are already there in India will be looked into. Some of them, yes, next slide, please. I think that will be the last slide. Yes, my significance of the study will be to help plug the gender gap in climate change policies and suggest ways to sync climate policy with STEM education, scientific research, and finance to achieve the net zero target, and suggest measures to include half of the population to mitigate and develop better adaptive policies when it comes to climate change. One cannot really deny the fact that since 50% of our population is the female population, they should not be left behind. I think with that, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Devi. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I think, can you also highlight the regional cooperations that's happening between in South Asia or in some of the European countries also, and to what extent COP, the latest COP has where the rich countries are backed out from financing climate calamities.
Yes.
So
Yes. This will be, I'll consider these one. Yes, surely I'll be.
yeah. And what will be the response of the post-colonial society, means poor countries and developing countries, to this kind of complete, what you call, antipathy of the rich countries? What can the BRICS or this thing, on non-aligned movement is not so active, but at least the BRICS and G20 do in this regards.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Over to Dr. Simi Mehta now.
Yeah, as Vibhuti ma'am mentioned, and you could look at this, and also how your research is adding to the new knowledge creation is something that needs to be vocally expressed further, because a lot of work has already been done in the subject. And yeah, to make something, to bring out something very concrete, and you could add the Baku agreement, and also maybe identify a few other countries, because if you see the national action plans and subnational plans, all these do have that gender component, but definitely nothing concrete has been going through in these. That is why the situation is so dire at the moment, and women definitely are pushed further to the margins due to climate change. So maybe adaptation, and maybe if you could also provide some inputs about how indigenous communities and how especially the women in these communities, they have their knowledge. Their knowledge could actually help in adaptation and mitigation. So that could bring out some concrete outputs from your research, and make it a little different from what the literature already exists.
Fine, I shall be incorporating, and I'll try to bring in all of these that you have mentioned. I'll surely try to.
Also the coastal communities, the fisher folks, how they have been dealing with the climate change.
Basically, I'm from Darjeeling district, right? So I'll be looking into this mountainous areas and all. So yes, so I'll be looking into this and how this entire warmth that's happening on the upper regions and all, how is that affecting the women? Though that will be taken care of. So I can't be going into the fishing but since you're saying, I'll be looking into this also. I'll try.
Yeah, and So
that's just an idea. Thank you. Up to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I request Nandita Kapoorji to go on with the presentation.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can you please share the screen?
Just a second.
Okay, so the topic of my research is that gender and politics of security, an alternative paradigm in international relations. And I'm Nandita Kapoor. I am final year student pursuing MA in political science from University of Delhi. Yeah. Then next, first of all, I would be talking about the introduction. Now, as we have already discussed in these research, that the world of IR has been constituted by masculinist underpinnings, and therefore the aim of my research is to understand the intersection of gender and security, and it is to break away from the dominant paradigm which have been normalized and set up by the state, and therefore the state has masculinist connotation in itself, and thus the idea is to look behind what lies actually behind the androcentric conception of the state, and I would be further looking at the impact that has been done by the idea, like which would be done through the conflict zone of Syria. Next slide, please. Yes, talking about the literature review. So I've identified three themes, and the very first theme is the gendered aspect of security, on which and Peterson in his book Gendered State has talked about that how security act as a facade of protection, and security has been essentially looked at from a militarized view. And what actually lies behind the militarized view is the inherent binaries and systemic inequalities and violence. And therefore he has also compared marriage with that of protection brackets, which is to say that women enters into a contract of protection into marriage in order to get protection. But what comes with it is the insecurity part. So therefore the feminist thinkers, while looking at security, have also talked about the notion of insecurity in the private realms. Now talking about Tickner has also talked about in You Just Don't Understand that that almost realist and neo-realist thing that they have a universal conception of security, and they think that feminist thinkers don't have a theory of their own, but what they want to look it as that gender is considered to be as an analytical category. And Tickner has also talked about the inside outside dichotomy, that what lies outside is not essentially what is happening in inside realm, and therefore the inside outside binary is not good in itself because they are essentially mutually constitutive. Then talking about Young has talked about the that masculinity considered with that of protectionism, which is to say that in a family a man is considered to be a protector, which is to say that he will go at all costs to protect his family, but this further perpetuates the cycle of dependency on women and the family in itself, and therefore women lose their autonomy also. And Young has also talked about the gendered aspect of the masculine state, and therefore masculinity and protectionism are considered to be analogous in nature, but due to which the women are basically getting subjugated in the name of protection. And this, it can also be related to the idea of a state where state is considered to be a masculinist in its nature, and therefore the idea is to become the protector of the entire citizens. But at the end of the day, what state is doing is causing repression and oppression to the citizens, and particularly I would be looking at the women aspect. And also Peterson has talked about the institutionalization of the families, which have also perpetuated patriarchy, and further the rise of modern state comes with authoritative nature. Yes, next slide. The second aspect is sovereignty, where the feminist thinkers have essentially talked about that how state and sovereignty have to be detached, and therefore there has to be decanonization and delegitimization of the idea of sovereignty, because sovereignty should be detached from the masculine conception of the state in order to look behind the gendered aspect of the state. For example, like Siegel has talked about men take life and women give life. This further has actually bring up the cycle of gender roles. And also, as Ian Richards talked about, it is not only men that make wars, it is wars that make men, which is to say that wars also create distinction between men, because some men are considered to be more masculine and nationalist in their approach if they go ahead and take and participate in war, whereas those men who don't do these things are considered to be as less masculine. And also Nigel has talked about that how role of women is being restricted to a symbolic figure, which is to say that in war, the role of women is just being seen as to support men. Yes, next slide, please. Then coming upon the case study that I would be looking upon would be the gendered impact of war in Syria. The existing literature which I have gone through has talked about that how violence have been inflicted on women in terms of forced displacement, rape, sexual violence, detention, kidnapping, and as Amnesty International and other reports have also talked about that women have been forced to do prostitution in order to get out of the cycles of poverty. And also there have been objectification of women, which has been commodification of women, which leads to trading of their bodies and everything. And the next slide. Yes, so basically the existing literature and what I would be exploring in my research. The existing literature has already been done, that what kind of impact has gender security on women and what kind of violence has been done on women in Syria. But my idea is to explore that how the masculinist conception of the state further has further not opened up the construction of the meaning of security and what it means for women, and the intention of the masculine state in the name of protection. So basically, through the text that I have already talked about in my literature review, I would try to connect them through the case study, and in order to understand that how the masculinist conception of the state in the name of protection has been subjugating women, and then to address the root cause, that what lies behind the oppression or the masculine domain, and how state is trying to protect its image of being the protector, but at the end of the day what it is leading to is the subjection of women. And therefore therefore my research would not essentially look at the kind of violence that have been penetrated on the women, because already research has been done on that aspect, but my idea is to look what lies behind the structure creation and the systemic inequalities that have been created by the notion of the masculinist state. Yes, next slide. And therefore, the objectives that I would be looking at would be to understand the impact of gendered security on the lives of men and women, explore the nexus between state, gender, and security, and then to explore an alternative framework within the hegemonic framework that has been created by the state. And the research questions are as follows: how construction of masculinity affects state, citizen, men, and women? What lies behind the facade of protection that has been created by the state? And how can the paradigm of masculine international relations be expanded via questioning the priority? Yes. Next slide.
Nandita Kapoorji, can you wrap up now?
Yes. And for this, I would be looking at the content analysis, and I have used the framework of post-structural feminism in order to understand that how structures have been creating hierarchies. Then I would be reviewing reports of UN and then NGOs, and then I would be doing online surveys through community networks that have been of Syria women through Facebook, and then including in the subjective experiences of the women itself. Yes, next slide. Yes, thank you. That was it.
Thank you so much. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I think Nandita, yours is a very systematically and well-researched proposal, but I would just like to say that you also bring in, when we talk about gender, how men are also victim, because right from 1910, when women fought against war, Clara Zetkin, she said that we want bread, we don't want guns, we want milk, we don't want the tanks, and it is the working class people who are losing their this thing. The same thing is reiterated again and again by Hoover, who said that older men declare war, but it is the youth that must fight and die. Or recently, even that was in way back in the time of Second World War, no? Or even Albert Einstein had also said that older men start wars, but the young men must fight then. And just on 6th of December, just this week only, Dipankar Gupta has written in Times of India, that older men plot young men's death. That is there. And I think the popular anti-war slogan that all wars are planned by older men in council rooms apart. So it's also. So I think that aspect also should come out, no?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, it's very, very important, because yours is such an important topic you have chosen. But that angle also, it's not only women and children and who suffer the most, but it is also the young man, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are these men? You see the testimonies of mothers where in the anti-war movement, or even in the war in Iraq and Syria, so many women, she said, I'm a single mother. I could and I could not look up. Means I don't have money. I'm at the lowest bottom of the American economy, and I just have to. My son has to go. Such an innocent son, which I sent to the war, he came back as a demon. No, demon. War completely dehumanized him. And rich people's children, they don't go to war. It is the poor people and working class people, women who are single mothers. Their children are going to the war. I think that aspect should come out, because these are the structural and the systematic aspect, that it is not the patriotism and you had brought in that very this thing that we territorialism, where you are talking about, that it is nothing that hyper nationalists talk about. No, it is the
Yes.
helplessness of the poor people.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I will include that as well.
Yeah.
Go to Simi ma'am now.
Yeah, very nice presentation, Nandita ji. My point is, when you had mentioned that you would be also taking surveys through Facebook community groups, how would you ensure that the members are genuinely engaged with you for this purpose, and that nobody is impersonating or using fake accounts or something. So basically, I don't want this to be biased in any manner even from the responses side. So how would you foster open and honest discussions, and how would you ensure that these are actively moderated?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I think that's a question to ponder over because we are essentially living in India, and therefore online surveys and things are not legitimate enough to give this thing. So I think apart from this, I would be also looking at UN reports or NGO reports and connecting with them as well, so that there is legitimacy in those reports as well. Because I think those things won't be that much reliable at the end of the day.
Further,
also
maybe. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
further, it was about anonymization of the responses in case there is something very, very intensive that
Yes,
comes
ma'am.
up. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take that into consideration. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I also the public events in Harvard University, Princeton University, so many European university, in Berlin University over last 2 years, whether it was anti-Ukraine war statements made by the gold medalist at the time of convocation or the students' president. So I think that is a lot of thing which is underreported. We get to know of it only through YouTube or social media or some of our friends who are studying there and teaching there and who tell us. A larger community doesn't know that there is such a vibrant anti-war movement in so many countries because the mainstream media is controlled by the media barons who give, there is a complete blackout of what all is happening in the anti-war struggle. So I think those public events also if you could capture, no? And lot is there on internet, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
also
Okay.
newsletters of Students' Union and other youth organizations.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you,
Because
ma'am.
that is authentic. Those things are authentic. Yeah. Because,
Okay, ma'am. So I should prefer this as comparison, like in comparison to online service. Okay.
Service, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Sure, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to the next presentation, I would like to call Raj Nandini ji.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Can you present my presentation? Yeah. So my topic is Bleeding with and Without Wars, a comparative study of the treatment of menstrual blood and war wounds in international policies. Next slide, please. In this, I will explore different treatment meted out to menstruation and war blood by international laws and international institutions, and the impact of feminist foreign policy on these laws and policies. Next slide. Menstruation is a normal biological phenomenon that occurs roughly every month. This shedding causes blood and tissues to leak through vagina over 3 to 4 days. This blood is called menstrual blood and is generally managed through pads, tampons, or menstrual cups. The Oxford Dictionary defines war as a hostile contention by means of armed forces carried on between nations, states, or rulers, or between parties in the same nation or state. War blood or war wounds are caused due to participation in war voluntarily or involuntarily. Despite these drastically different causes, the common thread between menstrual blood and war blood is the presence of human blood. Through this article, I will explore the differential treatment meted out to both these phenomena by international laws and institutions and the impact of feminist foreign policy upon them. Next slide. The blood is given priority in wars over the non-bleeding wounds, and the same priority seeps into the policy making while treating other instances of war. Like the present day menstrual taboos, different taboos circle the war blood and those associated with bloods during medieval times. The present world has overcome those taboos, but the ones with menstrual blood still persist. It creates a gendered double standard towards the human body. The lack of sufficient awareness around menstruation and menstrual health is a glaring issue related to human health. Slowly, few of the countries have started formulating laws and policies towards menstruation, but a lot is yet to be done to normalize it. One of the ways to break the silence around the treatment of menstruation. This research paper will compare and contrast the literature related to treatment of war blood and menstrual blood to understand the different approaches taken by world institutions to tackle these two blood issues. Next slide. The objective of this research paper is to explore the differences in the treatment of menstrual blood and war blood by international institutions during and after wars. Another objective is to gather evidence for period poverty faced by women due to war and shame surrounding the menstruation and how it impacts the support seeking and support provided to them. This research will help in fighting the stigma of periods by talking more about it. Next slide. These are the three major research questions of my research. First one is, how does the menstrual blood and war wound blood get treated by authorities and the differences in treatment due to gendered perceptions? Number two, what are the policies or steps of international institutions towards the women in war? Number three, how can feminist foreign policy approach affect the war affected menstruation? Next slide. For this research, I will be doing the qualitative research by close reading of the online reading materials, online repositories, blogs, news reportings, multiple research papers, articles, and findings to formulate my result. The thematic analysis of the collected data will be used to derive the results. The research will also use some case studies related to the war experiences of women. I will use the feminist theory as my theoretical framework to analyze the policies related to war wounds and menstruation implemented by international institutions. Next slide. These are some of the books that I took for literature for my literature review, such as Teaching Taboo Topics by Madhu Kushwaha and Elizabeth Post Maring, where they talk about the importance of teaching about menstrual health and how it impacts the students and the menstrual narrative in general. And the second is the medieval European conception of blood, truth, and human integrity by Bettina Bildor, where the author talks about blood and the treatment of blood during medieval times through medical, religious, legal, and cultural dimensions. And it has also talked about war blood and how they overcame the taboo associated with, and how menstrual blood has still the stigma surrounding it. Body, Gender, and Sexuality, Politics of Being and Belonging by Sabala and Meena Gopal talks about the impact of several aspects such as patriarchy, capitalism, societal constructs on women's body, and it talks about the women's body's challenges faced by them in order to maintain certain images and roles according to the constructed norm. However, the author emphasizes on reclaiming the agency by women to be the first step toward challenging these norms and expectations. The article Feminist Perspective on Peace and Security by Marikem Froelich discusses the intersection of feminist perspectives and peacekeeping with special focus on women's bodily differences in the military. It shows how the inclusion of women in peace and security is another way of enforcing the idea that they are inadequate in military deployments. And last is the feminist foreign policy A Fine Line Between Adding Women and Pursuing a Feminist Agenda by Victorian Scheer and Mariana Kumkova, which talks about how feminist viewpoint in any policy making institution is necessary, not just the presence of females. So instead of feminine presence at the top, the need is to start to have a view that eradicates the root causes of war instead of focusing on winning the war. Next slide, please.
Raj Nandini ji, you will have to wrap up in a few
Yeah,
seconds.
this is the last slide. So in this is my chapterization, where in the first chapter I'll talk about historical significance attached to the menstrual blood and war blood. In the second chapter I'll talk about how international organization treat blood, like how they treat menstrual blood as a hygiene issue, sanitary issue instead of natural function, and how they treat war wounds. And then in the third chapter I'll talk about how war blood and menstrual blood intersect, like soldiers who menstruate or do not menstruate by taking pills or something, and war survivors who are in camps and who are menstruating, and what kind of support do they get. And in the last chapter, I'll talk about how feminist foreign policy highlights this issue and normalizes it so that it becomes an acceptable norm to treat it all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raj Nandini ji. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I have just one suggestion to make, that please go into the history of First and Second World War. Russia had used menstrual blood for the blood transfusion because they said that there is nothing wrong in the blood. There are a couple of estrogen hormones and all. So they did use the scientific process because there was so much of shortage and so much of casualty of Russian soldiers that they had used it. So I think this historical reference, if you can dig out, you can also show the different types of attitudes where they have found menstrual blood useful for when the nation was in crisis.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. That is a very great point. I was not aware about it. I will try to include it in my research.
There has been documentation on it by the Russian scientists, 1914 and 1939.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So, yeah, okay.
Dr. Simi Mehta now.
Yeah, I just concur with Professor Patel, and I congratulate you in advance for bringing out such a very, very important, fascinating topic, less studied, and I wish you all the best, and I look forward to reading your research output.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll try my best.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. One announcement I have to make. Vibhuti ma'am will be taking 10 minutes break now. So Dr. Simi Mehta will be providing the remarks for the presentations for the next 10 minutes. So I'll call upon Mayuri Raghuvanshi ji.
I am listening, huh? So don't worry. I am listening and walking. That's it, because I have my earphone. So all the presentations I'll be able to listen. So, but feedback will be given by Dr. Simi Mehta.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Mayuri Raghuvanshi ji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vibhuti ma'am, and the other panelists. Dr. Mehta, thank you very much for the opportunity. It was indeed a very enriching experience to learn from various experts. May I share my slide? If I hope my slide is visible.
Yes.
Yes. So, yes. So my topic is development of feminist jurisprudence in India, and it is an analysis of the laws to protect women against sexual harassment at workplaces. Now, my focus as is limited to the law, so I'm only analyzing the law as it exists in India and how it has developed. And the focus is primarily at the inadequacies of the law to ensure that there are more women who can participate in the at workplaces, and there is an increased participation. So to begin with, of course, to understand how the law has come in here and what had been the role of women and their participation, of course, I'm going to cover, and before I start there, my method is doctrinal. I'm analyzing mostly the judgments and the law. So in that sense, it is more, the approach is more theoretical and analytical here. So, but of course, I'm going to start with the early period, that where we have examples where women had been participating actively in public discourse. So, for example, right from and something similar to what we are expecting women to do now, to pursue intellectual and spiritual fulfillments, right from politics, where we have Emperor Ashok's daughter Sanghamitra inducted to preach Buddhism, or we have queens ruling or provincial administrators, or for that matter, women who were simply intellectuals or were teachers, who were looking forward, researchers, who were looking forward to pursue their own intellectual fulfillments. This, of course, underwent a change. There were practices which came in, which were bad, and were bad in the sense that they shrinked their participation in public discourse. And women, their role became stereotyped. And this is a problem that we still face. Now, one of the early moments of like Indian feminist movement by authors have been described in 3 phases. But the interesting part is here that most of these feminist movement was started by men. For example, Raja Ram Mohan Roy had a very strong role in abolition of sati. And the second, and when this set the field for women also to participate in the freedom movement. Now, although the freedom movement was, the primary purpose appears to be to be a nationalistic desire to free the country from an imperial regime. The fact is that the women are participating, which automatically the natural progression was that they found their presence in the constitution making process. So they became the founding mothers. And they did participate and had a very valuable contribution in the framing of law. And that is, in a way, what had contributed to, it's one of the beginning of the feminist jurisprudence in India, so far as the post-independence is concerned. Of course, I've also covered very slightly about the presence of women in the Indian context, because I also briefly am comparing it with the Western concept. So, for example, in Western feminist movement, we have, like, if we read Macnon, it becomes very clear that women have placed a very important role. Or, for example, Lloyd writes that the feminist jurisprudence saw arise when women became judges or lawyers, and they started then questioning the patriarchal norms. And that's where we see the rise of law. And a very fine recent example would be Ruth Ginsburg, who played a very important role as a lawyer in Reed versus Reed. And that's how her entire career was devoted to development of feminist jurisprudence. But in India, the situation became slightly different. So we developed, and where our law has developed more gender neutral. Like, for example, the Constitution has Part 3, which gives rights not just to women, but also to men. It's a very gender neutral provision. And primarily, so it addresses the problems of right to equality, which means equal remuneration to men and women, right to practice any profession of your choice, which means you can't close a door of any occupation or profession or trade for a person on the basis of their gender. And of course, right to life, which means right to live with dignity. And all of this has resulted. So this philosophy has resulted in enactment of several legislation since independence. But a pure look at these legislation would show that most of them are in the context of women in family. So, for example, when we are talking about Dowry Prohibition Act, we are talking about a woman who is a bride, a woman who is a wife and or is suffering at the hands of the in-laws. We are talking about sati. So we are talking about a widow who is lost her husband. And while there are others also, like Equal Remuneration Act, Indecent Representation of Women Act, there is seldom one that addresses women as a professional. At least there weren't many until 1997. But that does not mean that we didn't had a law to combat the problems that women would face, not just sexual violence, but also a kind of harassment that today things that we today identify as sexual harassment. So, for example, even as early as 1860, we had the Indian Penal Code, which now, of course, has BNS. But in both the provisions, we have something called outraging the modesty of the woman. And as early as in 1995, in the famous or infamous case of Rupan Deol Bajaj, where it was held that an act which, if it humiliates a woman in a public sphere, in a gathering comprising of elites of the society, would amount to outraging the modesty of a woman. So for the first time, we are now recognizing that it is not about a person's credibilities. It is not about, yes, I have taken this from Dr. Achyut Chetan's book, Founding Mothers. And it is also not about an incident or what we considered a joke or a flirt or the given thing or the rigors of a workplace. So this is one place where we find that a professional, a woman is and her presence and her dignity is recognized as a woman, not as a mother, wife, or sister, or her role within the family. Now, this.
Ayuri Raghuvanshi, can you wrap up in a few seconds
I'll do it very quickly. Now, this, of course, was not enough. And as a result, Vishaka is India gets for the first time a law that we define sexual harassment and we come out with guidelines. Now, there is, of course, a lot that can be said about Vishaka. I just want to highlight one thing that where we are unique is this, that we have taken sexual harassment as a misconduct in service jurisprudence, unlike Japan or unlike other Western countries where they have developed as a concept of tort, which means compensation and damage is what we are looking at in these cases when we look at the foreign matters. But this is where India has deviated from the world. Now, this means that sexual harassment, of course, so there are series of judgments that needs to be analyzed, that what it means about sexual harassment. But another landmark milestone in this history comes with the Justice Verma Committee. Now, Justice Verma is the man who also defined, who was the author of Vishaka. And when in the committee, how he has he found out that despite the fact that so many years have passed, the act had not seen the light of the day. So finally, after the recommendations of the committee, today we have two laws, one under the BNS and IPC earlier, and now under the act. So one is the criminal law, the other one takes care of the disciplinary action, which all employers have to do. However, while we have addressed a lot of issues, for example, we have now guidelines on how to evaluate a charge. We have an idea about, how you would conduct an inquiry. We have clarity about how this conduct has to be viewed, what is humiliating, how the employers or the workplace should be sensitized in general. There is a lot that is not done. For example, even in 2024, Supreme Court has to issue guidelines with respect to the awareness, because there is certainly a lack of awareness in training and implementing the law. And similarly, on the criminal side also, we are still dealing with something as basic as hiding the identity, because there is a victimization. We have really not overcome that whole false notion of so-called honor or upholding of an honor. And sometimes even little girls are traumatized, and it is something that forbids them, what we call at a black syndrome, that they are scared to even take recourse to the law that is supposed to protect them. Now, yet there are the other unanswered question is that what is sexual harassment, what is not? Whether gender disparities or gender bias is also sexual harassment, or problems that a woman face, because we clearly see while this law would apply, it's a bare bone skeleton and applies to all kinds of workplaces. The effectiveness of this law would depend upon how it is able to address the practical problems. But here we have, other than the handbook issued by Ministry of Women and Child Development, which is not the law, so it can only act as an aid of law, but when it comes to interpretation, it is really does not carry the weight of a statute. But it has made an attempt to differentiate between workplace conflict and sexual harassment. However, there is a lot that needs to be done. For example,
Mayuri Raghuvanshi, I'm really sorry, but you have exceeded. I mean, you have reached till around 11 minutes, so you will have to stop.
I'm sorry. So I'll stop it there. Thank you very much. I'll try to cover up everything else in the abstract.
Thank you, Mayuri ji, for your presentation. I would want to know what are your research questions and what are you trying to focus on in this work, and what are your objectives?
Yes, so the objective is to identify the problems which the law, where this statute is failing in addressing. If the idea is to have more women participation and have a law that protects women against sexual harassment, as was stated in Vishakha, why it is so that this act has become counterproductive? One, because it's a bare bone skeleton. It applies, it is one statute which would apply to urban workplaces as well as to the rural workplaces. It will apply to a bank as well as to a primary school. It will, like for example, a lot of time we will ask why Justice Gogoi was not, tried by an ICC. Whereas the Act is absolutely silent about it. The Act says in accordance with the service rules. So what is the service rule that applies to high constitutional functionaries? It would not be the Act then. But the Act is absolutely silent there. Vishakha guidelines never anticipated this when they were framed, because they were speaking in the backdrop of Bhavri Devi. So that's one objective, to address it. The second, therefore, the research question also is this, that whether the how should I put this? So the research question here would be that whether the Act has, in a way, improved the participation of women at workplaces. Because a lot of time we don't see much change. There is hardly any statistics available with us which would show that there has been an increase from 97 to 2020 to 2024, or post 2013 to 2024. The shift is attributed, because the research which is available, the statistic which is available, is attributed to other factors rather than to women saying that they feel protected. For example, the 2023 report on women participation in labor, it talks about one of the concerns that they don't participate is that they don't feel safe. So where has the Act then done anything for them? That's how we are looking at this whole thing.
Right. So my suggestion is, if you are wanting to bring these aspects from your research, if you could also focus on the secondary sources and focus on some in-depth analysis of how intersectional identities impact women's experiences within the legal system. And also some empirical research, again through secondary sources, that has already been conducted to implement on the implementation of existing laws, maybe comparing and contrasting the previous the IPC and and the BNS, and all on, and also maybe even the critical analysis regarding the patriarchal biases within the judiciary itself, when you especially when you brought out the matter of Justice Gogoi. So if this can be brought out, then it will be a holistic picture that can be.
I'm intending to cover intersectionality and the biases in also within the judiciary. Yes, and I will include the empirical study with respect to other. Thank you so much for this. Thanks.
Professor Patel is here.
Yeah, in what way tort would be advantageous? Like Sushmita Sen got massive compensation from Coca-Cola. or the other Infosys officer.
Yes.
He against that also there were a class suit with so many women secretaries had given this thing, no, given testimony. So did they go by the international law, the US law?
Yes,
or
the US law. Because the problem is, our problem is that although our act or statute also talks about compensation, but there is a difference of opinion. For example, except for Indira Jaising, who was also had a very pivotal role in drafting of this act, she says that in case you come to a conclusion that it is a case of sexual harassment, you must compensate. But unfortunately, the other authors, other scholars don't seem to, concede with that view. They are of this view that compensation is not something that is automatic. And one of the reasons for this is that the way Vishakha started by defining sexual harassment, they said it's a service jurisprudence. It's a misconduct as understood in service jurisprudence. So the whole idea is that this is now a disciplinary inquiry. So we go by the principles of a disciplinary inquiry. And interestingly, most, DOPT has issued the circular where they talk about, which is a complete copy paste from the CCS rules. So if you are an IAS officer or if you're an officer to whom the CCS rule apply, then you are following strictly your service jurisprudence, which actually, if you look at DOPT circular carefully, deviates from some of the prime objectives of the act. Like, for example, the rule says no legal practitioner would be involved, but they have a presenting officer. Now, a lot of women, they would say that we are not comfortable with a presenting officer. How do you cross-examine? You say, oh, it is the basic method of conducting inquiry. It's part of principles of natural justice. So all these things have, in a way, have been counterproductive. Perhaps like Japan, interestingly, Japan also had the Fukuoka case around the same time. But they went ahead and said that it is a case of damage. A compensation is necessary. A woman has felt a pain. She needs to be compensated for the pain. So, but while we were taking a very puritanical view that this is a problem, this is a pain that can't be compensated in terms of money, where have we actually put that in practice? Where has it really helped and has gone? So in fact, if in 2024 we have a judgment from the Supreme Court asking us to have an ICC put affidavits on record and telling them to create awareness program, then have we really traveled from 97? If in 24 we have a judgment like this is good enough for us to tell us that our feminist jurisprudence is really at a prenatal stages. We are not sensitive enough. We are not mature enough. We are still combating stereotypes, and we have a very heavy glass ceiling to lift.
Yeah, and that is why I think women are resorting to Me Too movement, no, because none of them could get justice through ICC. And other thing is that they can also file criminal case, no, that also is happening.
Yes, I'm going to cover that up. But the problem with the criminal cases, that's what I'm also highlighting in my abstract, is this, that the definition of sexual harassment there is very different from what Vishakha had envisaged, in the sense.
But post Nirbhaya.
But even post Nirbhaya, so today the two act define sexual harassment and they defined it different. Actually, to get somebody convicted under the IPC, it's very difficult. So, for example, showing pornography. So while the 2013 Act stops there, the BNS, even now or earlier IPC post Nirbhaya, it said that it is showing pornography to a woman against her will. So again, gender neutrality is out. And two, you prove that it is against your will. It is not about discomfort now. It is about that I have been shown something, not something which is simply capable of being. So which means, in simple word, I can have my own, I can see on my phone, I'm sitting in my office and I can see a blue film, irrespective of the fact whether the woman is uncomfortable around me. And that would not be a crime. It could be a disciplinary action, but may not amount to an offense under IPC. So this is something that I feel that needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, this issue has not been addressed so far. We have, and many a times we conflate the criminal law with the disciplinary law. So one of the attempts that I'll do is to make a clear distinction between the criminal law available on sexual harassment and the disciplinary action, which is the duty of every employer, and what are the problems there with respect to implementing both the laws?
So now also it is called Indian Evidence Act. Huh?
No, it's called Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita.
Nyaya Sanhita.
BNS.
BNS. Very, very enlightening.
Thank you, ma'am.
New education for us also.
No,
We
no,
knew that women are dissatisfied and they are using the social media because the ICC is not giving them justice. It is under tremendous pressure, ICC, because the head of the institution decides whether to be, who should be prosecuted and who not. So class 3, class 5 for employee person, powerless person is penalized. But people in power, they can never be brought to book. No, very, very good topic.
And also, what happens if an employee is terminated? How would they, if it's a person,
that's
actually...
what in most of the corporate cases, that's what they say. The person has left. Yeah, that's what.
The person has left. And contractual employees, what do you do with the contract? If you're defining it as a misconduct under service jurisprudence, how do you deal with the contractual employee? So I hope that we'll, with your help and guidance, we'll be able to come out with something that could address
But
these
this comparison
problems.
will be very good. Plus cross-country comparison will also be excellent.
Yes. I intend doing that, ma'am, as well. I intend doing that.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. One announcement for all the participants.
Thank you so much. Really grateful.
Yeah.
Participants, please take account of the time that has been allocated for each presentation. It is 4 minutes. And at max, you can go beyond by 30 minutes. After that, you cannot present.
30 seconds. 30
seconds. 30 seconds. Beyond that, you won't be able to present. So please keep in account the timing.
How many do we have now?
12 more. So, Pratibha Sharma ji.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pratibha Sharma, a research scholar from Banasli Vidyapeeth, Department of Political Science and Public Administration. I have chosen my topic titled Rape as a Tactical Weapon, Understanding Sexual Violence in Conflict Zones. The reason behind choosing this topic is witnessing rape and sexual violence even in 2024 in different areas of the world. For example, world newspapers highlighted presence of such issues in Sudan, and such cases are majorly traced in Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Bosnia, South Sudan, and Ethiopia earlier too. Apart from that areas, another regions of the conflict zone these years are also witnessing the same crisis. I chose this topic considering it is not against women only but humanity also. I chose this platform which is sincerely working for the voices of women in foreign policy. Now, if you look at the issue why these crises are occurring around the globe, then we will see the causes in the list. The first is weapons of the war. The rape is often used as the tool for the terrorizing and demoralizing civilians population, particularly women. They use rape as the ethnic cleansing and displacement and domination because women are very easy to dominate. If we see the second cause, that is breakdown of social and legal order. Because of the breaking down of the social and legal order, military or common militants feel themselves comfortable to harass the women and to rape. There are other reasons like militarization, dehumanization, sexual violence as a form of recruitment or control, gender inequality and norms which already is lying in the world, as the world is overall a patriarchal order as we are seeing since ages. Lack of resources and basic needs also promote or also generally provoke the militants to rape the women, and the psychological impact on the combatants also provoke them to rape the women. These notions have been traced since the ages and since the years in the previous decades. Now, can I ask for the next slide, please? Am I audible? Yeah. I'm majorly focusing on some of the research questions. They are listed in the 5 questions. The first is, what is the extent and prevalence of sexual violence in conflict zone in 21st century? What social, political, and economic factors contribute to the prevalence of sexual violence in conflict zone? What are the physical, psychological, and social impact of sexual violence on survivors? How effective are international legal framework in addressing sexual violence in conflict? What interventions are most successful in supporting survivors of sexual violence in conflict zone? For the first question, I am reviewing all the available literature, newspapers, and the UN report, the UNICEF report. For the second one, I am trying my level best to go through all the social media account or the documentaries who are highlighting these issues. For the third one, I'm evaluating the presented literature and I'm trying to review all the available novels who are relating to this context. Also, I'm trying my level best to evaluate the legal framework on the international level and also on the national level, as this particular issue have also been traced in India, especially in the Northeast region and the Kashmir as well. When we talk about the fifth one, I'm trying to explore the documentaries available on the YouTube or another platforms. Now, what I have read yet, I have seen some of the challenges in implementing or to solve this issue, and they are majorly impunity and lack of accountability, cultural and societal attitudes, weak legal and institutional framework, challenges in defining and identifying sexual violence in conflict, as the definition of sexual violence is not determined or identified yet, implementation gaps, international legal jurisdiction and enforcement, challenges in addressing gender-based violence in the war, repercussions and victim support, inconsistent and effective peace agreement, lack of coordination and collaboration among agencies. If we want to solve these challenges, am I audible?
Yeah, you have half minute more, 30 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Seeing the timeline, I'm already concising my material. If we want to solve these challenges, we have to look for the way forward, and they are strengthening international legal framework, improving national legal and judicial system. We have to support victims and empower them, preventing sexual violence in conflict. We have to improve reporting and documentation of such cases, addressing the root cause of sexual violence, international cooperation and accountability we have to increase, strengthening peace building and post-conflict resolution of the victims. Relating the context, I have written a short poem, but the time is not allowing me to recite it. So I would take a leave, and I'm looking forward for the beneficial recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratibha ji. Over to the experts now.
I think your topic, it's very serious, and war crimes have been reported in all the conflict zones which you have included, but it's going to be a review of literature. So in what way you will bring the nuances and some of the in-depth focus on the subject, no? Because literature is there.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, first I'm reviewing the historical background of the SEM context, SEM area. Secondary, these years we are seeing the wars all over the world, and these issues are being noticed, especially in Sudan. I have mentioned though, because of the time limitations, I have concised my presentation. Otherwise, I could elaborate it. So it is the issue which is running all over the world. Even on 10th of October 2024, the UNICEF have published a report in which it highlighted that there are 370 million girls subjected to rape or sexual violence. So I am looking into this into this matter, that how it is prevailing in this year too, and what type of efforts or what type of steps we can take to resolve these issues or to empower them. Because if we will see the documentaries and if we will read the case studies because I'm doing the case studies at my level from the secondary sources only. So we will see that people or the victims are suffering so much. So there can be various agencies, NGOs, and state and nation can help also to empower them and to make them free out of the shackles of the guilt of having the rape and the sex. So these are the major highlights of my research I'm going to do.
No, that's why focus is required. So the areas which are underrepresented or underexposed, like Sudan, not much is written in the global media. And whatever has come out is only because of the people who are working at ground level, whether they are journalists or relief workers or managers of refugee camps or counselors. Okay, these are the four agencies which has given the details of horrors. No, there.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
either their testimony, if you focus, no, then it will show that it is not only the horror story, but there are people who are working at ground level. Only thing our role is that to amplify their voice. No, otherwise we would not have even
Yes,
known
ma'am.
what's happening in Sudan. No, so even
Yes,
their testimonies and the reports of Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, international NGOs, and all. If you can take that also, then it will bring out the stories of heroism in the midst of such horrific situation. No?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So
I have
instead
noted
of
down
just
the
expanding
recommendation.
too much, instead of expanding too much, better you focus and bring this ground reality. So that the news doesn't come automatically. There are people who are there in the investigation report. There are human rights
Yes,
activists.
ma'am.
There are peacekeeping forces. There are people who are running the community kitchen in the war zones. People who are providing medical Doctors Without Border, Medico San Francisco. They provide the medical
Yes,
aid.
ma'am.
Then, so all these people who are providing helping hand to the war-torn communities and civilians. I think if you can bring that, no, it also it will generate hope that yes, it is possible to challenge such
Yes,
evil
ma'am.
forces.
Yes, ma'am. I will explore review on that, and I'll try my level best to include that insight in my work. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just take it from Professor Patel's last point is that if this can be situated in some case studies, then that would be just fabulous. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying my level best, and I have visited 3 and 4, and I'm also looking for some of the novels. Though I have quoted them in my novel, in my research work, the novels. I'll try my level best to bring the latest case studies if I would be able to.
Great. Thank you.
I'll try my level best. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we move on to Muskan Khanna ji.
We have a presentation of Muskan Khanna ji. We'll just present that.
Presenting it now, or should I move on to the next one?
No, we're presenting.
Researcher at the Department of African Studies. Hello everybody, my name is Muskan Khanna. I am currently a PhD researcher at the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. I am currently working on a topic related to digitalization of public diplomacy. I am building a comparative study between India and South Africa. So the topic that I picked up for fellowship is quite similar, but here I'm looking at the feminist aspect of the foreign policy, but I have tried to incorporate the process of digitalization in terms of looking at the feminist foreign policy. So the topic that I have finally decided is digitalization of feminist foreign policy, case studies and recommendations. So in this particular paper, I will be looking at the journey of countries like Sweden and Mexico, who already employed a feminist foreign policy, and we can even see a digital footprint of their feminist foreign policy. And my eventual aim will be to take away certain recommendations how we can implement it in terms of the public diplomacy aspect of India by the various lessons and learnings from these countries, and to analyze how far these feminist foreign policies, especially on the digital platforms, have been successful. So to begin with, the objective of my paper will be to understand how we can actually integrate feminist principles into digital diplomacy. Then we will look at the narrative of power dynamics in gendered international digital interactions and how digital tools can be used to shape and regulate feminist foreign policy. And we'll also assess whether it is disrupting the traditional norms. Is it actually taking us away from the traditional diplomatic practices, or is it just adding or reinforcing a new angle to it? Then we'll also highlight the opportunities and challenges in terms of adopting a digital feminist foreign policy. We'll also examine specific case studies of Sweden, Mexico, and probably provide like an actionable lesson for India from these global case studies. So if I talk about the key insights that I've already garnered from what I have read and how much I've already read it, we see that Sweden became one of the first states who actually adopted a feminist foreign policy in 2014. And the focus area of its entire foreign policy was around gender equality, women's rights, their participation, as well as economic empowerment. So how do we see the intersection of digitalization of diplomacy when we talk about a feminist foreign policy? So here I am trying to analyze the different tweets that have been made by the Swedish MFA, and we'll also look at the Mexico, now it's X, not Twitter anymore, their official public diplomacy handle, how they are using these platforms to amplify their feminist foreign policy. So I will be looking at certain categories of tweets ranging from culture, tourism, diplomacy, trade, global advocacy, and how they are trying to project their feminist foreign policy and how they are using it as a soft power tool to showcase that now they are, a moral, ethical global leader. So it is not just, projecting a national image, but also trying to use it as a tool of soft power. Then different events and conferences have also happened, so we can look at that as well. And obviously, what opportunities do this entire phenomenon offer? It is obviously helping to enhance their reach, to build a narrative, to create a national image for that matter. But there are certain challenges that we'll also be looking at. Now, eventually, I aim to bring some really achievable lessons that can be applied onto the Indian diplomatic side when we talk about adopting a feminist foreign policy. Now, there is certain peculiar things that I've noticed when I analyzed Mexico's foreign policy. So they are regularly promoting, their feminist foreign policy outlook. They are sharing content about gender equality, women's rights, in fact, against gender-based violence as well. Then there have been events such as the Forum of the Latin American Caribbean Women, and such, events have been amplified using digital media. Their trade policies are also showcasing when we talk about their labor rights, fair trade, gender equality in terms of economic policies. So this particular statement was, given by the president of Mexico itself, that the entire Mexican, feminist foreign policy is a reflection of its humanism, which aims to achieve profound change in all areas of public life, including collaboration with the international community, with a focus on social justice. Moving on, what is like my ultimate aim when I am writing this paper? I will try to look at how, countries like India, Mexico, they are using digital platforms to project their feminist foreign policies, and how this sort of acts as a, politics of attraction, how we can, adopt these ideals of equality, justice, and how countries are using to strategically craft all these ideals into their digital narratives. If we talk about India, so our flagship initiative, that is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Andolan, it obviously already has a lot of, posts that have been made with the digital tools. So we will see how it can be fully integrated into our foreign policy, because right now it is partially done, or it is done on a peripheral level. Similarly, how national branding can be done, how we can probably project India as a soft power, because it is, we can talk about schemes like the Sakhi scheme or initiatives like #SheInspires Me. In fact, we can take away certain examples from Africa also, and there have been certain online movements like being a woman in Nigeria that became really important. So examples from all across global south and eventual learnings for India that can be practically implemented is what my aim for this particular paper. There will be certain challenges. I will not get into details, but we have seen how certain conservative groups, they use hashtags like pro-life to oppose feminist initiatives. And then there are radical groups which are using digital platforms to, push forth their narrative. And we see resistance in the conservative societies that limit the message resonance when we talk about feminist foreign policy. So there could be a political polarization risk as well. So this is primarily what I'm intending to do, and I'm really looking forward to the feedback and what all examples or cases I can add on to it. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Muskan Khanna. I am currently a
Over to the experts now. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Muskanji's proposal is quite exhaustive, but she could, I think, take two recent case studies. One is the South Korea's, and another one is how women from USA also are now inspired after so many statements made, anti-women statements and misogynist statements were made during the election campaign. No, so even American women's movement has also decided to have similar campaign, like the way they had 4B campaign in Korea. So I think that would be very interesting because not much is available about it. So if she can research and include that as a case study.
And also adding from Professor Patel's points, especially when in the previous American government, in all the campaigns, the vice president had mentioned about the importance of women's rights and the rights of women's bodies, etc. So if she could, instead of course, there is the right-wing populism and right-wing conservative politics, but if we could provide some very good insights from where the campaign was actually happening, the standpoint, the vantage point of respecting, of protecting the life of a woman, and so has that been done in the past 4 years, that could be actually very interesting, because much was said at the federal level when the campaign was going on, but at the grassroots level, very less was actually incorporated because of differences between the federal and the state level. So wherein they faltered, because at the highest level, if president and vice president comes in and they say so many things about respecting women, etc., so why hasn't it been translated? So because that actually means that they are falling in line with that of the right-wing conservative approach. So where is the difference? Not just at the speech level or making remarks, etc., but where is the policy? So that could be important point of reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Aditi Mishra ji to go on with the presentation.
Yeah, it's a video presentation. Yeah, if you could present it. Good evening to all the fellows at Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, and of course our mentors. I am Aditi Mishra, an undergraduate student at St. Javier College, Maithigor, Nepal, and my abstract is on Indigenous women, environment, and international relations, redefining the feminist foreign policy. For introduction, this research seeks to bridge the gap between indigenous knowledge systems and international policy, aiming for a more inclusive and sustainable feminist foreign policy. It highlights the crucial role of indigenous women in environment activism for sustainable practices and emphasizing their role in global environmental dialogue. This research explores the intersection of indigenous women's role, environment stewardship, and international relations, redefining feminist foreign policy by incorporating these perspectives. This research will advocate for the inclusion of indigenous women's voices in international policy-making processes to ensure their perspectives are effectively contributing to shaping global environmental and gender equal policies. Now, for the research gap, I found that this research gap lies that there's a lack of integration of indigenous women's views in feminist foreign policy, especially regarding climate crisis, and because it disproportionately affects them. They should be the main voices, right? But they are not. They are often overlooked. And that is why indigenous women's roles and perspectives have rarely been linked with ecofeminism. After my research, I found that this offers an opportunity for me to further research on by linking indigenous women's roles in environmental activism through the lens of ecofeminism. The objectives are to redefine feminist foreign policy through the lens of ecofeminism with respect to indigenous women, to establish indigenous women and climate activism as an important part of foreign policy and international relations, especially in terms of Nepal, since we are looking forward to adopting a feminist foreign policy, to provide a comprehensive framework within which indigenous women, environment, and feminist foreign policy all coexist. My research questions are: How does environmental degradation impact the socioeconomic status of indigenous women, and what role does foreign policy play in addressing these impacts? How do indigenous women's traditional ecological knowledge and practices contribute to environmental conservatism? And what ways can feminist foreign policy be better adapted to incorporate the rights and perspectives of indigenous women in climate initiatives? So, my rationale of the study is that a feminist foreign policy, although it acknowledges and prioritizes the agency of women, marginalized groups, especially those women who traditionally organize around environmental health and habitats, are often left out from the discussion of climate change. There is no cohesive definition of feminist foreign policy. That also leads to many misinterpretations and implementations, and leading to a lack of consideration of perspectives of the global south. Environmental activism, particularly related to environmental health, needs a stronger gendered perspective. So, indigenous women are often overlooked. That therefore, there is a need of redefining feminist foreign policy to better include this marginalized group. There is the research methodology that I'm using is qualitative analysis. I'll be using two frameworks: intersectional feminism, that will look over just more than just an Eurocentric view of feminism, and ecofeminism, that will link nature and women as a singular entity that needs protection, and critically examine the relationship between women and nature, and draw from their relationship a particular need for women, especially indigenous women, to be a part of the global dialogue when talking about climate crisis. The qualitative analysis will be based on interviews and literature review. The interview will be of the key informant interviews of those people who actually work for the indigenous women forums. So the bibliography are given below, and these are some of the indigenous communities of Nepal. And thank you.
Over to Vibhuti ma'am now.
Yeah. Thank you for being so clear about the theoretical perspective in your presentation. I just wanted to have one query is about the key informant interviews. Who all will be the key informants?
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for the question. Actually, the key informants will be those indigenous women who are working in indigenous forums, such as the National Indigenous Commission. I have a link with them, so I'll try to connect like that. And also indigenous women organizations who work to raise voices in international platforms. So some of my friends are indigenous women, and they are part of this forum. So, as in, this is also very purposive because I have my limitations. So those will be the key informants.
Will it be in the form of individual interviews or focus group discussion?
It will be individual interviews. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Over to Dr. Simi Mehta now.
Yeah, I wanted to know how many such interviews would be conducted?
Well, I have thought of conducting at least 5, but if time limitation, and if I can, as a student, I'm just an undergraduate, so I have lots of other things. But if I can, then I'll do mostly 10. I'll try to incorporate as many perspectives as I can. Thank you, ma'am.
Or if you can't have an individual session, at least you can have FGDs, no? If they are in the organization, you can decide a time and can have an exhausting, free-flowing interview, no?
Yes, ma'am. I have thought of that too. I'll try to reach out, and if it works out, I'll do that.
Yeah, and even you can have a different age cohort. So the young women, indigenous group, women who are married with children, their perspective, and the elderly women who have a convention, like whole legacy of the knowledge, no, of the nature and all. So you can have age-wise also, you can decide to have focus group discussion so that they don't feel inhibited, no, in speaking. They can freely speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'll try to incorporate it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Amu as Anil ji.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good evening.
Amu as Anil. Good evening.
As time constraints, I know my topic for discussion is feminist water diplomacy, addressing gender inequities in South Asian water governance. I'm a junior research fellow from Jamia Millia Islamia. Can we move to the next slide? I will give a brief context to feminist water diplomacy. Like as Stephanie Foster, she reminded that not all women are feminists, feminists are women. This term, feminist water diplomacy, is coined by Kader Asmal. He's a South African minister of water affairs. In every aspect, even Vibhuti ma'am also said about how SDG goals and feminist policy can come, foreign policy can come together. So as we know, diplomacy is all about state-centric positivist outlook. So by this paper, what I am focusing on more on feminist water diplomacy, it is mostly overlooked that gender dimensions water governance is completely ignored. So the key frameworks I will be using: feminist theories and methodologies, then intersectionality theories, then coming to the critical theories of IR, mostly post-positive theories that will be done. Then the main purpose, as we know, apart from the traditional water diplomacy and governance framework, we are more focusing on the particular countries, especially India, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Because we know South Asia is a riverine neighborhood. We have many rivers like Indus, then GBM. So these are very significant. Then geopolitical aspects, hydrological context is also there. Then gender dimensions is also there. Then how we are looking from that feminist lens, as Nandini Baruah ma'am also said that, how we looking by using that feminist lens. Then research gap, as we know, there is lack of gender inclusive frameworks in water diplomacy. Then insufficient intersectional analysis is also there. Then limited integration of feminist theories in water studies is also there. Because mostly water studies are science subject, and they are not considering it as it also have other aspects. It is also a holistic thing. Can we move to the next slide, please? Then the main objectives: to analyze the gendered effects of water policy and governance in South Asia, then to examine the role of women and intersectionality in water diplomacy, then to establish a feminist framework for water diplomacy, then to evaluate the impact of inclusive policies on water governance in South Asia. Then the key research questions will be: what are the current positions that women occupy in water diplomacy, and how does their involvement affect their diplomacy, and what are the main challenges? Because when most of the negotiations we see, there are water treaties, Mahakali Treaty, Gandak Treaty, Kosi, and all of these treaties may be male dominated. But we know the water related challenges affect the women the most. They are in the vulnerable side. So what are the main challenges? And then in what ways feminist ideas and frameworks can be utilized in water diplomacy to rectify this gender inequities in water governance? Next slide, please. Then the methodology, purely qualitative, because due to the lack of time, and I will be relying on the secondary sources and literature review, mostly the academic articles and books, because when I going through the articles, mostly by Mehta ma'am from South Asian University, and Anamika Baruah ma'am from Guwahati, IIT Guwahati, and so many people are working on this. And then the case studies, mainly these 4 countries: India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Then I'm also using the discourse analysis. That means so many media reports, and these things are also coming up regarding the treaties. Sumit Rich also written about that, how the media coverage on water diplomacy is gender biased. And these are the frameworks. I already mentioned that. Can we move to the next slide, please? Then the significance, as we know, there is critical gaps in water studies. So by the intersection of IR, environmental studies, and gender studies, we can bring a clear constructive knowledge on this aspect as well. Then this is the tentative sections, like there will be introduction, then feminist perspectives in water diplomacy, theoretical overview. Then the third section will be gendered water inequities in South Asia. As such, I will be doing a comparative analysis of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And then what are the water governance policies? Because in Nepal, I already heard someone presenting about Nepal. Nepal, they have a mandatory provision in water user association. There, this much percentage of women is mandatory. while discussing about decision making about water governance. Then the recommendations and conclusion.
Thank you.
Next, I will be providing the references. Thank you, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to IMPRI and Asia Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I wanted to know when you said that you would include the perspectives of post-positivist theoreticians. So you meant the postmodern and cultural studies and other post-structuralist schools specifically. What is the
Yes,
kind of
ma'am.
perspective?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Coming to water, there is hydrohegemony theories, like they are using this critical and constructivist post-positivist theories, where Seitun, Warner, Mirumachi, and these people are doing, other than looking from the traditional lens, realist, liberalist framework, they are looking more from that track, other than this track 1 level diplomacy, more track 2, track 1.5. So I will be using these kind of for my analysis. Now, in this, we can bring more stakeholders, more networks into the paper as well.
And what is the role of civil society organizations in this? And the Water Users Association in this diplomacy?
There comes the crucial thing, as Mehta ma'am also quoted in her paper also, how network diplomacy can be one aspect where you can implement the real grassroots level feminist water diplomacy into the ground. Like people should come together, because this thing we can find in the case of Latin America, in Middle East, then in Africa also. Regarding river, Okavango river and all these things, it is happening. But in the case of South Asia, we know everything is in deadlock and there is no much cooperation. So this is the thing I want to explore.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Simi Mehta now.
Yeah, one very important network, maybe I missed it. If you have already incorporated, then fine. The Women in Water Diplomacy Network. If you could see that in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Yeah, because this has been very effective in promoting women's leadership in regional dialogues around shared waters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move on to the next presentation. It will be presented by Ritika Patilji.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah. So very warm greetings to everyone present here today. Myself Ritika, and I'm a second year master student at Symbiosis School of International Studies, Pune. Sorry, due to a poor network, I cannot switch on my camera. Otherwise, the screen will go off. We won't be able to see the presentation. Apologies for that. My topic for the Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship is evaluating UNSCR 1325 in contemporary period of feminist analysis of gender, security, and national action plans. It intends to address critical gaps and challenges in implementing the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and how we can address these issues to better support the women, peace, and security agenda. Next slide, please. UNSCR 1325, adopted in 2000, is a landmark resolution that stresses the importance of women's role in peacekeeping and security. Yet, despite its strong mandate, the resolution has faced challenges in its implementation, especially through national action plans in conflict zones. The research gap in this study centers on evaluating these challenges, and it questions why, despite the resolution's focus, we have not seen greater progress in empowering women in conflict affected areas. A few key barriers hinder the resolution's effectiveness. First, the language of the resolution is often criticized as soft and non coercive, making it difficult to enforce meaningful change. Second, there is a persistent lack of gender expertise in both international and local organizations, which weakens the resolution's practical application. And third, funding for women-led initiatives remains insufficient, further impeding progress. Next slide, please. So, this study aims to bring these gaps by exploring feminist perspectives and analyzing the effectiveness of NAPs in different national and regional contexts. The central questions guiding this research are: how effectively does UNSCR 1325 promote the women, peace, and security agenda, and what mechanisms supports its implementation? And what are the key challenges in implementing UNSCR 1325 through national action plans at the national and regional levels, and what strategies can address these challenges? Next slide, please. The theoretical framework of this research will also delve into the gender dimensions of conflict and nationalism, drawing on feminist theories. Specifically, it will explore the thoughts of V. Spike Peterson, who examines the intersection of gender and nationalism in conflict through gendered nationalism. Her analysis will help to understand how the resolution has struggled to address the underlying gender inequalities in conflict zones. Next slide, please. The study also turns to the real world impact of UNSCR 1325, highlighting gender challenges faced by women in conflict zones, drawing on examples such as the Israel Hamas conflict and Afghanistan. It will illustrate how the resolution has fallen short in addressing the distinct needs of women and girls in these settings. It will emphasize findings from the UN Women reports and offer insights into where the resolution has succeeded and where it needs improvement. Solutions and policy recommendations are another key focus. The study proposes refining national action plans, empowering women led organizations, and strengthening local women's movements by embracing a transformative feminist approach. The study aims to go beyond the resolution limitations, advocating for an inclusive and effective WPS agenda. Finally, the study concludes by summarizing the key findings and offering reflections on the role of UNSCR 1325 in advancing gender security globally. While the resolution holds the potential for transforming women's roles in peacekeeping, the ongoing challenges require us to stay committed to ensuring women's voices are central to the global security discourse. Next slide, please. To quote Virginia Woolf, at any rate, when a subject is controversial and any question about sex is that, one cannot hope to tell the truth. One can only show how one came to hold whatever opinion one does hold. The conclusion of this research echo Woolf's sentiment. The truth about UNSCR 1325 is not a simple one, but by analyzing the evidence and understanding the gaps, we can better appreciate why the implementation has been uneven and how we can strive to create a more inclusive and effective path forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ritika Patel ji. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, Ritika ji, your analysis of 1325 is good, but you talk about coercive language. Why should any peacemaking or a peace agenda or security agenda use coercive language? In fact, language signifies your attitude and your political standing, no? So you say that 1325 has a non-coercive language. That is the reason it is treated, it has been, in effect, it was too naive to talk about, no? Because there are so many important geopolitical, economic vested interests which are defining the course which different nation states are taking, no? Military. But why should any public opinion or any official statement should use coercive language? That's my question.
Yeah, actually, when I was doing the textual analysis of UNSCR 1325, the UNSCR 1325, which passed in 2000, it comes under Chapter 6 of the Security Council, which deals with the recommendation for adjustment or settlement of a dispute, and it's primarily concerned with non-coercive measures. So even if the UNS yeah, even if the UNSCR 1325 it's passed for the betterment of women, it's still non-coercive. It depends upon the nations to formulate a national action plan or not. So that's why I
See,
think that the language that is used in throughout the resolution is very soft.
oh, see, coercion is different from enforcement. Okay. If you accept the National Action Plan, you have to enforce. That is, enforcement is a very different, that the nation state have to do if you accept the 1325 in your country. Coercion is use of a repressive force. It is like a Gabbar Singh, no? The kind of pronunciation Gabbar Singh would make, uski aankh nikal do, uska rang tod do, that is what is coercion. While enforcement of universally acceptable goals, if you sign, say, CEDAW, or if you accept WPS, your country accepts it. Not all have accepted, no, only some countries have accepted. So once you accept WPS agenda, you have to enforce it. So I think, please, the semantics of coercion versus enforcement, you need to clarify, no?
Yes, ma'am. I'll pay attention to that during my research and I'll try to avoid that. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Non-coercive would be the retaliatory, killing people, murdering, maiming, or torturing. That is coercion. That is coercion. While non-enforcement is bad, that you promise and you don't fulfill the promise. No. So the WPS agenda, those who accept it, they have to enforce it. And if they don't do, there has to be pressure created by the bottom-up approach, by the women's movement, by the human rights organization, by the UNHC, bringing resolution in UNHC that you have signed and you implementing it. That's what they do, no? The gender gap analysis. The analysis, what is you have proclaimed and what you are practicing. So that is done when it is made enforceable. Hitler perpetrated, or currently what Israel is doing, brute force human beings or communities or nations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll do the
Yeah.
changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, even I had exactly similar comments.
Yeah. You are a pol science person, so you're very careful about international relations, which language to use. This is my said from the common sense, my women's movement angle, that we don't believe in any kind of coercion. And you know that Columbia Feminist Foreign Policy, 1,000 feminists have signed. It should be pacifist and non-coercive. Otherwise, it's good. Yeah, you have done good work.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. All the best, Ritika.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I'll call upon the next participant
Yes.
presentation.
Yes.
Akanksha Majumdar.
Yes, good evening. My presentation. Yeah. So good evening. Yes, ma'am. So the topic that I have chosen for my
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm a third-year undergraduate student from Bangalore. I'm currently studying, I'm majoring in economics, media studies, and political science from Christ University.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So for considering that I'm doing both economics and political science, I've decided to do my research on how neoliberal economic frameworks, which have come from Western countries, are affecting the declining female labor force participation rate in developing nations, specifically India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what I basically am intending to talk about now, we know that especially considering the economic reforms, say in India, post 1991, we did adopt a more liberal or globalized economic framework. Now, what I am seeking to understand through my research is how with the implementation of these liberalized, westernized frameworks, capitalized frameworks, as to say, are affecting the declining female labor force participation rate in conservative countries, developing nations. Now, why is this happening? This is because of the lack in parity between the, say, Western liberal frameworks that are based on economics and the liberal society in these Western nations, as compared to the conservative societies which are seen in developing nations. Now, what is the necessity of this kind of research basically is to understand that how the socio-cultural framework in developing nations, say in India, genuinely affect female labor force participation rate and females participation in the economic framework as a whole. Now, this can talk about maybe a lack of creche facilities for women in the workplace, basic gender stereotypes that exist. A few theoretical frameworks that I'm also entailing are, say, labor market segmentation theory, or the fact that women are mainly undertaking unpaid labor in developing nations. Now, this is what requires us to take a deeper understanding into how the usage of these capitalist frameworks, which talk about a relationship between, say, education and employment, do not necessarily come up with the right effects as they are seeking to do so. Now, especially after 1991, we have seen through, say, policies such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and other such policies that education rate for women has definitely increased. There's no doubt about that. But there is, unfortunately, there's an inverse relationship between this education level and the declining and the labor force participation rate. Now, this isn't supposed to be happening, but why is it happening? Because of the remaining conservative cultural thought and ideology that is sustaining in the society still today. Now, taking an example for, say, in Pakistan, now, even with governmental intervention, in 2013, over 80% of Pakistani universities did not implement the 2010 Protection Against Harassment of Women at Work Act. So, this emblematic failure really underscores the superficial nature of gender inclusivity in Pakistan, which is shown that even with governmental intervention, socio-cultural barriers are perpetuated. Another example for this would be in Bangladesh, where 73% of Bangladeshi women have experienced some form of domestic violence, with half reporting lifetime physical violence. Now, what this has done, this pervasive nature of gender-based violence, has had profound economic consequences, with an estimated 2.10% of Bangladesh's GDP lost annually due to domestic violence, despite the availability of government intervention programs. Now, what we can understand through this is that the failure of neoliberal economic models to address these structural inequities results in a perpetuation of systemic exclusion of women in conservative societies, therefore stalling not only gender equity but also broader economic development. Next slide, please. One second. Yeah. So the objective of my research in specific is that to establish this relationship between capitalism and declining labor force participation rate, and emphasizing the need for more inclusive economic frameworks. So for this, I will be entailing a quantitative analysis of existing secondary data, which was basically based on governmental data in these developing nations, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, on the labor force participation rate. Now, in my presentation, because I did come up with it a few weeks ago, I did mention the taking of interviews, but unfortunately, due to my constrained environment, I will not be able to go ahead with primary interviews. So I will be taking on secondary data analysis as well as analysis based on existing literature, which will talk about the South Asian perspective of economic frameworks rather than just focusing on a Western perspective. Now, one more thing that I have come up with understanding through my research and my literature reviews is that this conservative effect is not only seen in existing conservative societies, it is also affecting the changing nature of society in Western nations, which are shifting towards a conservative kind of environment. Say for example, in Italy and Poland, which are now considerably moving towards a more Catholic nature of state. Even in the United States, when we're seeing they're shifting towards a more conservative nature. Now, this is definitely affecting their economy as well. So this is showing the relationship between conservative ideology and economy, regardless of where this is taking place. Now, few theoretical frameworks.
Akankshaji, can you wrap up now? I mean,
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So just to the next slide. Yeah. So as I have mentioned in my analysis in the previous, now as my one thing that I want to use to conclude my kind of research is to show how using feminist foreign policy policy frameworks can enable us to address the systemic issues. So by integrating gender analysis into these economic and development initiatives, I'm proposing an alternative framework that foregrounds, say, redistributive justice and recognizing, say, the care economy or addressing the value of unpaid labor. We can challenge the meritocratic ideals that are propagated by these capitalist models and reframing these kind of models to further economic inclusion and which encompasses socio-cultural, economic, and political dimensions as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to the experts now.
Yeah, I think my major problematic area I see is the use of word conservative for India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Conservatism as a behavior or a political action is a one thing which most of the countries are this thing. If you see the Nobel laureates analysis after in last 200 years of history, even when she shows the 4 phases of gender gap, no, and the last gap is where women and men in the industrialized societies have a same qualification, same level of commitment to the career, and the contraceptive revolution has produced so many women who are not trained, who are not going to give birth to the baby. Okay, so they are totally 24/7 available for career, and still you have a gender pay gap of 1:10. So that is conservatism, that the Fortune 500 companies who talk about equality or gender diversity, they don't do it in their personal because they want to make a profit. They want to use women as a cheap labor. When it comes, and the same capitalist development also uses racism, sexism, the homophobia, all these ideologies to maintain their profit. Okay, because they are the ones who can be stigmatized, who can be dehumanized, and who can be used as the cheapest labor. No, the way dualism we see in the migration policy. Most of the rich countries have a migration policy. They are using quote unquote illegal migrant by paying them 1/10 of their salary. Okay, what the white worker would get. And this same in South Africa.
Yes.
What explained prosperity of South Africa? It was apartheid, because the average black worker, African worker, was getting 1/3 salary as that of a white worker. So conservatism for a vested interest is a ideology and practice which everybody has utilized. So it's no use telling India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan at conservatism. Okay, so if you go by, say, objectification of woman being treated just as a body, and more you show your skin, you are considered to be more beautiful. Oh, which countries? So industrialized countries are doing more. When I was in LSE and there was a girl from Oxford University, she said, I feel like going back to burqa. The way women's bodies were commodified, they were treated as spare part for sale. It is the media construction of seeing women only as a body, your lips and your eyes and your boobs and your. This is the way. Don't you think it is conservatism? It's not seeing women as a human being. That is one.
Yes,
Third one is that misogyny in politics. We don't have that level of misogyny. We have had heads of the institutions in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Pakistan and India who were prime ministers. Do you think any of these Western countries would allow a woman to be prime minister? Have you read what all they were saying about what is her name? Clinton's wife. Yeah, and currently the kind of misogynist outburst they had against a woman who contested for prime minister's post, except for Margaret Thatcher and German lady Merkel. Who else had a head of the state? Which are the countries which had industrialized countries which had woman prime minister, and how they made the life of that woman prime minister in New Zealand so miserable that she had to resign with tears. So I think conservatism and the political power, they are very much, because whenever it suits you, you use liberal ideology, and whenever you want to demolish women or not allow them to come out, you use this conservative act. So you can use conservatism and conservative acts, but calling nation states at conservative is problematic, because you are putting whole experience of colonization of 200 years of all these countries. If there were no British rulers in South Asia, okay, if we had our own way of growing our economy, maybe the results would have been very different. We had never seen women in Kerala even covering their head. None of the women in South India were covering their head. Now they are doing it. So it also the kind of political and geopolitical dynamics that create, like in my generation, all women in Afghanistan, they were extremely educated. They were traveling freely. They were wearing any type of dress. Nobody bothered them. And now in 2023, you have Taliban and things have changed. So it is the political dynamics which create the kind of policies you follow, no? So like women in Kerala, they never wore burqa and now they are wearing the Gulf influence, they are saying it. So conservatism is also context specific, political environment specific, and also the economic needs of the economic space. The MG Narega, nobody competed to get job in Narega. But during pandemic, when men were standing in a queue, women were asked to sit at home and look after their elderly, care for the family. So again, the conservatism crept in only in the post-pandemic period when men were unemployed, no? Same First World War and Second World War. When men were fighting at the war front, women were running the economy. As soon as they came back, women were told to go back and their dress code changed and they had to produce babies. After every war, women are asked to produce more babies as a national duty. That is conservatism, not treating women as citizens, but just treating them as a baby producing machine. No? So I think you need to be careful about how you use the word conservative. Conservatism is happening in different historical phases in different countries, acceptable. But calling some nations as conservative and some nations as liberal, that is a problem. That is a problem. Simi ji.
Yes, ma'am, I completely understand, and I would definitely be including that kind of aspect into my work as well, considering even in France or even in the United States, the kind of shift that has taken in the recent times or even before towards a conservative, misogynistic kind of mindset towards women. I'll definitely be able to learn more from this and include it into my research as well. Thank you so much.
And France has also said if woman produces third child, state would give her more compensation because they want French women to produce more babies. Otherwise, they lose their French identity because the migrants will hope. That's the kind of ideology which even the French elite is using.
I think same in Japan.
Same in Britain also. Why did Britain leave European Union? The Britishness would go away. That was the fear which the conservatives used, no?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Very interesting points. And also, some points from my side is firstly about, the post-liberalization era, especially in India. How are we balancing the meritocracy and also the responsibility of the government to provide employment opportunities? Especially because post 1991, and then you give the example of Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. So what transitioned in between? Because there are many states, especially like Jharkhand and now New Delhi, the government has also announced that once they come to power, they'll be giving 2,100 rupees to women. So does this enforce that kind of meritocracy, or that would it be more important to provide stipends to women who are educated to a certain degree, or is it really enforcing that kind of a laziness and dependency upon? So are we fostering a workforce, a ready workforce? Because the situation is where we are in, we will not be able to change, at least for the time being. So where are we going forward with this kind of socioeconomic and political setup? And secondly, about if you could also incorporate the importance of gig work, how has it developed, and how is the capitalist framework trying to spread its wings? Certainly there is a lot of exploitation in that regard, across all countries, and it's for all men and women, but women are further pushed to the margins. So this could be also an important point of inquiry. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, experts. And next we have Preeti ji's presentation. Preeti ji, please go ahead with your presentation.
I've shared my presentation. Yeah, can you please share it for me? A very warm good evening to all the panel members. It has indeed been enriching Fridays for me, and thank you so much for this opportunity to present my topic. My topic, I'm Dr. Preeti Ramani Nair. I'm an assistant professor in School of Law, G.D. Goenka University. I transitioned into academia 4 years back. Before that, I was practicing in the Delhi High Court and the National Company Law Tribunal. So the topic of my presentation today is Women in the Workforce, Challenges, Opportunities and Strategies for Equality in Foreign Policy. Next slide, please. Women's participation in the workforce has been indeed a big catalyst for the economic growth, the social transformation and innovation in policies globally. In fact, as one of the presenters stated, the various legal framework in India, and I resonate with her. The principle of gender equality has been incorporated throughout the length and breadth of Indian Constitution, be its preamble, be its fundamental rights, fundamental duties, directive principles. And the Constitution not only ensures that there's equality for women, but it also authorizes the state to implement measures for effective action in their favor. However, in spite of a very robust legal framework, the women's underrepresentation in leadership positions, particularly in influencing foreign policy, it remains a critical challenge till date. In fact, the evolving role of women business leaders, it highlights their potential to bridge gaps in diplomacy and advocate for a more equitable foreign policy and drive sustainable development. Next slide, please. Now, what prompted me to do this research is that because I believe that women play a pivotal role. In fact, the women business leaders, there are several examples which I've been discussing, they've played a pivotal role in shaping the foreign policy, whether it be shaping the economic diplomacy by means of women leaders of various corporations engaging in trade negotiations or promoting policies which foster international trade and investment, aligning their corporate goals with national interests, or whether it be advocating for more diversity and inclusion and influencing foreign policy agendas to prioritize gender equality and social inclusion, whether it is the corporate social responsibility initiatives whereby women business leaders, corporate leaders are several times seen driving the global conversations on sustainability, on labor rights, and more importantly on ethical business practices, and more importantly the persona of women business leaders in fulfilling a very important role in conflict resolution and peace buildings. So we have here women business leaders who are doing it all. Next slide, please. My research objectives are very clear: to explore the challenges which are faced by women in the workforce and their implications on foreign policy, to identify opportunities where women's participation enhances formulation and implementation of foreign policy, to analyze strategies for achieving gender equality and its impact on global decision making, and to highlight examples of women business leaders which have been influencing foreign policy. Now, I've skipped, inadvertently, I've skipped the slide on research methodology, but my research methodology will be doctrinal, wherein I will be analyzing various laws like the Companies Act, the gaps in them which inhibit women in fulfilling their leadership roles. I will be analyzing the policies of the WTO, the International Labour Organization, and some of the surveys which have been done by the National Women Commission, by the National Sample Survey Organization, to highlight what are the various gaps which inhibit the women from rising as business leaders and fulfilling this important role. Next slide,
Preeti ji,
please.
you have half a minute to wrap up.
Yeah, so I've just divided my paper into chapters or sections, where the first will be the introduction chapter, the second will be various challenges like structural barriers, pay gap, underrepresentation, glass ceiling, cultural and social biases. The next section would be the opportunities for women in influencing global policy. And I would also discuss some of the case studies with respect to various business leaders which have been women business leaders which have been shaping foreign policy. Prominent among them, Indira Nooyi, who was the former CEO of PepsiCo. She advocated for sustainable practices, aligning businesses and environmental diplomacy. Arundhati Bhattacharya, former chairperson, State Bank of India. She represented Indian banking in global forums and which reinforced India's economic diplomacy. Sheryl Sandberg, former CEO of Facebook, now known as Meta. She advocated for technology for use in peace building efforts. Emma Wamsley, who is the CEO of GlaxoSmithKline, she contributed to international health initiatives aligning corporate goals with global health diplomacy. Next slide, please. Some of my major suggestions, which I've just thought about it, is incorporating gender equality into CSR initiatives, adopting zero tolerance policies on discrimination, promoting women business leaders in diplomatic roles, and developing inclusive policies for women in this workforce, which include creating flexible working hours, remote working options, parental leave that benefit both genders, acknowledging the unpaid care which is given by women, enabling women to balance both professional and personal capacities. Gender equality is a foreign policy, which is a strategic necessity in addressing global challenges effectively. And I believe when gender perspectives are integrated into foreign policy, they enhance the inclusivity, foster equality, and strengthen international relations by addressing diverse corporate as well as national perspectives. Thank you.
I think you have made a very comprehensive view of the problem, but I think when it comes to the women in the labor force, currently, globally also the issue which is discussed very seriously is the gender pay gap. The gender pay gap not only between men and women in of the same nationality, but even the gender pay gap between the local versus foreigners, or even in the same organization, the white worker would get one salary. I know so many of my feminist friends who are working for various embassies, they said, no, but you are Indian, so we will give you 50,000 as per the Indian rate. But the same colleague in the same office would be getting $8,000, no? And whenever they demanded parity in the wages, they were forced to resign. So this is also happening in a big way. Plus, gender pay gap in using horizontal inequality and vertical inequality. Horizontal equality, you have the same position. Your status may be the same of a manager or junior manager or senior manager, but still you are treated differently in terms of wages and in terms of perks that you get. And vertical inequality that you just don't allow. You face the glass ceiling or the glass cliff or glass lift or whatever those glasses, no, various or sticky floor where you just don't can rise. So I think these are the very important categories which you need to bring in when it comes to the foreign policy, because what kind of equality and parity we are talking when we accept gender diversity, then how can we have intersectional inequalities based on ethnicity and race and religion, or local versus migrant, or insider versus outsider, or the sons of the
Absolutely, ma'am. And I resonate with your views. And in fact, I was shocked to read the labor force survey by the National Sample Survey Organization this year in June, and the statistics are alarming. That the labor force participation rate for males in India is a whopping 78.8%, and for the females is 41.7%. So.
Yeah. No, and if you deconstruct this category, where are these women? Most of them are, they are called quote unquote self-employed. What is self-employed? You don't get job anywhere else, so you go to your field. or you go to whatever family business you have, potter or a blacksmith or this, you join because you won't sit idle, no, you will do something or the other. And they are classified as workers. They are actually unpaid family labor, but they are classified as self-employed. So that is also the catch there, that you don't get a job which would give you self-actualization or give you any kind of enhancement in your future. No, it is just a dead-end job that you are doing.
Also, ma'am, I believe there has to be a mechanism to at least, if not monetize, acknowledge the unpaid care given by women. Because at present, the GDP does not count such women.
Yeah, that is at a notional level, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and there have been surveys in which, they've even by, as I was reading NSSO survey, yes, that, the unpaid care which is given by women is 10 times more than men.
More than men,
more than men. And it's invisible, actually.
Yeah,
and even the
yeah.
laws don't recognize it in India.
Yeah. But at the same time, wages for housework is also not, because by then you are institutionalizing that women have to do housework and men will do the work outside job. So that is also not.
Right,
But
that's
acknowledgement is
what
important. Acknowledgement is important. Yeah. Yeah. So I think what should be the ground rule? You can give some vision about what transnational corporations and multinational corporations should be doing. Why can't they have one labor policy in US and the same company having different labor policy in Bangalore, and why it is different in New York or
Ma'am, the implementation
Chicago?
of the laws itself is very different here and in other countries. If you see the Companies Act, we have a provision, there was an amendment in 2013 in which, there was an amendment that you have to have, it's mandatory to have one woman director. Even that implementation is sporadic. And we have, on the other hand, we have the directives in the European Union which say that, they don't give a number, like a minimum one number. They give a percentage, 30 or 40% of the workforce have to be women directors. I mean, imagine board of directors where only there's one woman director. How do you expect her to influence any change in the policies? So
witch hunting is also, witch hunting, character assassination becomes very common when woman is alone. Yeah.
Right.
So I think all this comparative, this thing you can take up in double standards of all
Definitely.
the international organizations when
Definitely.
it comes to women from the developing countries. So North-South discrimination, that also.
I'll take a note. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your feedback.
Yeah, even I was wanting to speak about the North-South conundrum. So that's already been spoken, and I wish you all the best for this.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, PPT, and thank you, experts. Next, we have Maya Ji's presentation. Maya Ji, please unmute yourself. And Shweta, can you bring up her presentation?
Hello everyone, good evening from Nepal. This is Maya Kadir. I'm undergraduate student of Environment Science and researcher of SARC Secretariat. Currently I'm involved in International Youth Changemaker Ambassador Fellowship Program also, and also the Fellow of Chinese Nepalese Youth 5-year Program of Chinese Embassy, Nepal. Okay, thank you very much for the organizer team for giving this beautiful opportunity. And my research paper on feminist foreign policy, approaches to empowering women in Nepal's climate diplomacy. Here, I have been added some important points about foreign policy, which refers a national strategy in dealing with other countries in encompassing political, diplomatical, environmental, and security policy. In context of Nepal, like many countries, is deeply affected by climate change with unique vulnerabilities due to its geography and socioeconomic structure. Despite their significant involvement in environmental management at local level, women remain underrepresented in Nepal's foreign policy, especially within climate diplomacy. Through foreign policy, a country seeks to stand women's role in climate diplomacy. This abstract presents a multi-layer analysis of how Nepal could incorporate feminist perspective to enhance its international climate strategy, making it more inclusive and responsive growth, thereby facilitating long-term economic prosperity. Please for next slide. The major objective of this research paper is global experience with feminist foreign policy to analyze the success and challenges of Sweden and Canada's feminist foreign policy in climate diplomacy, and another is Nepali women contribution to climate resilient, to document local example of women leading in climate adaptation despite barriers, and third one is barrier in diplomatic representation, that gender inequality within Nepal's foreign affairs ministry hindering women's participation in climate diplomacy. Please for next slide. For the research paper, here have some methods that I will be adopt. The first one is interview to conduct with women in Nepal's environmental, diplomatic, and policy-making sectors to understand their perspective on barrier and opportunities. And next one is comparative analysis of feminist foreign policy model, that reviewing the framework of countries with established feminist foreign policy, identifying transferable practices, and third one will be policy review, and this is national determined contribution of Nepal, which has been adopted and which has been newly formed, a systematic examination of Nepal's existing climate and gender policies, which relate with, and this is national determined contribution of Nepal 3.1. Please for next slide. Through this research paper, we will be able to find barriers to women's representation. Nepali women face numerous structural challenges in entering climate diplomacy, including institutional gender bias, where a limited requirement of women in Nepal's diplomatic and climate policy making roles. And another is insufficient training program, like lack of specialized training and mentorship for women interested in diplomatic career, particularly in climate diplomacy. Women's role in climate resilience: Nepali women actively contribute to climate resilience at the community level, managing natural resources and leading initiative in sustainable agriculture and disaster response. These experiences highlight their critical role in environmental stewardship and indicate how their involvement in diplomacy could provide valuable on the ground insight into climate resilient strategies. Therefore, it is important to look at foreign policy with a gender focus to know the real gender segregated impact it could have on the climate action. Please for next slide. Here have some literature review for the research paper. Feminist foreign policy originated as a progressive step towards a diplomatic framework that emphasized gender equality, inclusivity, and human rights. Sweden was the first country to implement feminist foreign policy, followed by other like Canada and Mexico. This country saved as case studies showcasing how feminist foreign policy principle can transfer policy making by embedding gender equality and supporting women's leadership. In Nepal, although climate policy efforts such as the National Climate Change Policy 2019 acknowledge the role of marginalized group, there is limited focus on gender equality in foreign policy.
Mayaji, please wrap up.
Slide.
Please wrap up in 30 seconds. Yes,
okay, please. The next slide. In conclusion part. For the conclusion, incorporating feminist foreign policy into Nepal's climate diplomacy represents a significant step forward for both gender equality and climate resilience. This approach emphasizes the empowerment of women as key stakeholders in climate diplomacy, ensuring their contributions are recognized and valued by drawing on international model of feminist foreign policy and adapting them to Nepal's unique socio-political context. This research suggests that feminist foreign policy can serve a transformative framework for Nepal's diplomatic agenda, align it with global standards for inclusive and effectiveness. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Will you be Mayaji? Will you also include the learnings of two major disasters Nepal had experienced, landslide and
yes, ma'am.
deluge? Okay. And how did those how did they influence shaping of Nepal's climate change policy? Hello.
Last time we have seen there have two different disaster, one in Thami Valley, which was nearby Himalayas Mount Everest, and another was nearby Kathmandu, in Kathmandu Valley, that Nakku area. There was a flash flood, and when you compare that Thami and this Kathmandu, most of the women were in the prone zone, because women is always disproportionately affected from climate disaster. They are not getting much space to speak that what kind of challenges they are facing, and how can be that kind of challenges could be solved. But when you talk about climate negotiation, when you talk about climate diplomacy, there is always a space for a male, not for a woman. But women are the most who has a lot of problem to solve their household issues and to solve their community issue. That's why we have to empower women through leadership program, through the training, and through this research paper. I think you have some solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayaji, for your presentation. And in one of your slides, you mentioned about the role of women in the climate diplomacy negotiations, etc. So I think we should be more vocal about our ask in terms of having more women, because as much as my knowledge about Nepal's foreign policy is that Nepal has had just one female foreign secretary so far, who is at present, and we need to have more female policy makers and negotiators. So if and there is when we are comparing it with other countries, it may be more useful in comparing our comparing Nepal with other countries, neighboring countries, especially maybe India, Pakistan, and other countries, like maybe co-opting so many policies that we have, that all the countries have. Instead of simply, comparing the policies of the industrialized West, that will also give a sense of better comparison, so to say. Thank you.
Also humanitarian aid, no? In
Right,
every
right.
disaster,
First
massive
responding.
humanitarian, and not only by the state, even civil society. I remember so many trusts were formed when they saw that girl with tears, a Nepali girl who had lost all members of the family. So many people started, the civil society also responded, no? And there were so many queries how they could support her, whether they could adopt her or they could send the relief material there. So, and so many such initiatives have taken place, even from the civil society organizations. So yeah. The same when there were floods in Pakistan. That time nobody used a jingoistic language. They were all concerned about human misery and how to do the hand-holding of the survivors. Yeah. So I think that would bring a more optimistic and inspiring this thing, that even in the midst of disaster, so much of social solidarity exists.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I will acknowledge those things and I will try to improve it.
Yes, it's a good proposal.
Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mayaji. Next, Moonaji, if you're ready, please unmute yourself, and can we have their presentation now?
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any way I can share the presentation on my own?
Yes,
Yeah.
you should be seeing the share button, so you can just go on that.
Actually, I'm not sharing my video. Is this visible to everyone?
Your PPT is not visible. Only your
Okay.
voice is audible.
I actually did share it, but I don't know why it is not visible. Is it visible now?
No, it has started. Yeah, visible. Yes, it is in working mode. You can make it slideshow mode.
Yes. Hello everyone, I'm Anakya Khatib. I belong to Multan, Pakistan. I work as a lecturer of international relations in the Department of International Relations, Multan.
And currently I'm on study leave and doing my PhD from Qaidazam University. So I have chosen this topic, feminist foreign policy in Pakistan, prospects and challenges, because I believe that much have not been, much is a big word. In Pakistan, there are very few voices that talk about feminist foreign policy or women in diplomacy. So basically, this research paper investigates the prospects and challenges of implementing a feminist foreign policy in Pakistan. And this is, in my opinion, this is a very important aspect to explore because Pakistan falls in the bottom three countries when it comes to gender equality indexes, as per the World Economic Forum Report 2024. It is faring only better than Afghanistan and Syria. The aim of this study is to analyze how feminist principles can impact Pakistan's foreign relations, particularly in terms of policy development and diplomatic engagement. The recent gap of the study is that literature regarding feminist foreign policy is focused on global north mostly, and there is a significant research gap in the literature concerning global south, particularly South Asia, and most particularly Pakistan. In fact, when it comes to Pakistan, this aspect is mostly underexplored. And I think that this is maybe because feminist foreign policy has not been discussed in Pakistan because of the economic, political, and the cultural dynamics of Pakistan. Pakistan have been more of a garrison state and concerned more about security and less about welfare. So maybe that is one of the reasons. The objective is to analyze the incorporation of feminist foreign policy mechanisms in Pakistan's foreign policy with a focus on gender mainstreaming, equality, regional stability, and foreign relations, and to evaluate the structural challenges and explore the political, cultural, and institutional challenges that hinder the implementation of a feminist foreign policy. I think that the use of the word implementation is also kind of an overstatement because we haven't even started a debate about a feminist foreign policy or an inclusive foreign policy in Pakistan. So I would identify and recommend policy frameworks and mechanisms to Pakistan's leadership and diplomats regarding a gender responsive approach in diplomacy. The research questions of this study are that I want to explore the potential benefits of implementing a feminist foreign policy or incorporating the feminist principles in Pakistan's foreign policy. What sorts of challenges, both internal and external, would Pakistan have to tackle in order to implement a foreign policy? It's pretty futuristic, but I would like to look into it. And how do Pakistan's internal gender dynamics, its commitments to international conventions regarding gender equality, entangle with its diplomatic relations? And how could they be aligned with the feminist foreign policy? Why is Pakistani academia not generating a discourse regarding feminist foreign policy? This is actually one of my major motivations to know that why Pakistani academia is not talking about it. The research methodology I would employ is that qualitative approach combining data analysis and case studies, key official documents such as official government statements, foreign policy reports, speeches by Pakistani diplomats. I would analyze them and try to gauge how gender is currently addressed in Pakistan's foreign policy. I would also have semi-structured interviews with foreign policy experts, gender experts, diplomats, and gender advocates in order to gather insights into the practical challenges and prospects in incorporating this foreign policy. And in conclusion, I would like to recommend strategies for integrating feminist foreign policy into Pakistan's international diplomacy setup. Thank you from my side. These Fabulous Fridays have been very insightful and very informative for me, and I am very thankful to IMPRI for giving me this opportunity to learn and share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Naji, but some of the terminologies you are using, they are value loaded. So you'll have to be careful and use the academically acceptable language about describing your country. Okay. But, when it comes to like feminist foreign policy of Pakistan, they're having certain achievements of Pakistan. That means you have a women's quota within the parliament. That is a positive thing. You had a very robust women's movement and women action forum. And you also had so many important stalwarts in your country who thought of feminist solidarity beyond the national territory. And you have had many women with portfolios in your country. So that too you'll have to acknowledge. There has been a backlash. Currently, there is a backlash globally as well as in your country. But I think the historical legacy of feminist activism, women's rights, feminist solidarity, being part of the South Asia network, that all those things also we need to bring out, because that has its bearing in the current interest in feminist foreign policy. Otherwise, how would all the 3 courses we had massive participation from Pakistan, students, teachers, diplomats, bureaucrats have joined. That means there is an urge to interact, there is an urge to reach out to other nations. No? So that is quite healthy, because otherwise you would be complacent that we are the supreme, no? Like Hitler would say that we are the supreme race and we don't need to learn from anyone. We don't have that kind of spirit, and that has come because of this kind of a historic legacy that you need to bring up.
Thank you so much.
And there is a lot of literature. If you go through the website of Sangat, South Asia Women's Network, no, by which Kamla Basin had started, Kamla Basin, Rukaya, Khushi Kabir from Bangladesh, Nigat Syed Khan from Pakistan, or Meena Acharya from Nepal. So that is it has all documentation and archival material on what all used to happen during 70s, 80s, 90s. So even the flavor of those moods, no, and the articulations which came in that period can also be captured.
Yeah. Ma'am, I would like to add that to one side at somewhere that Swat and Afghanistan are the only places on earth where granddaughters are less educated than their grandmothers. So something like that is happening in Pakistan as well, that our grandmothers were much more active when it comes to feminist activism compared to us.
Yeah, but that is true for us also. My grandmother took part in freedom movement. All those 15 women who took part work with for framing of Indian Constitution. You should read the writings. They were much ahead of their time. The kind of things which we are not talking now, they were talking about. So I think that is reversal of women's rights and women's entitlement has happened globally, and it has happened in Pakistan also. Same in Afghanistan. We used to meet like women from Rawa, Revolutionary Women's Movement. They used to come to Delhi and we used to meet during 80s Women's Decade. They used to come. They're so articulate, so gifted, so active in public life. And now where are they? Because of the backlash. So that happens in history. Such phases come. But then we also remember our legacy and try to turn back the wheels of history in a progressive direction. It is a phase in history.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Taking the points from Vibhuti ma'am, you may have come across the various de-radicalization efforts by women's rights groups against oppressive regimes, and also for in fostering positive changes, especially in relations between India and Pakistan. And also they have challenged core male dominated narratives, and they have brought out unique analysis of state violence and interstate relations. So if you could go through the Women Action Forum of Pakistan, that's quite interesting, and also the Sabawoon Trust, and also the Paiman. So these are very interesting, and also the work of Sabah Gul Khatak. She has been very vocal in bringing about such work. So such lenses could be studied, and there are so many examples of women's rights groups and women taking this positively forward in Pakistan. So you could do some really interesting work out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Parvez Babuji. Please unmute yourself and can presentation now. Parvez ji, are you present?
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, please go.
Okay, hi, very good afternoon to Professor Vibhuti ji, Dr. Simi Mehta, and thank you, Priyanka. And very good afternoon to all the participants. So my presentation is Passage to Adopt Feminist Foreign Policy. I am a journalist from Bangladesh. Next slide, please. Introduction. Feminist foreign policy is the policy of a state that defines its interactions with other interests and movements in a manner that prioritizes gender equality and intensifies the human rights of women and other traditionally marginalized groups, allocates significant resources to achieve that vision. Next slide, please. Background. In the background of the study, I will draw upon the growth, relevance, and adoption of a national FFP in different geographies. This section will also elaborate on the theoretical framework of a national FFP and its close nexus with international ethics, scholarship, feminist IR, and theory of care. I will introduce the idea that a national FFP is of prominence to take forward SDG 5. Next slide, please. Research methodology. Within feminist research methodology, gender is seen as a primary organizing category and provides a lens to seeing and knowing social worlds and its realities. This approach to research helps to examine how women understand their gender. Research methods will be using secondary qualitative and quantitative methodologies, including the secondary source of ethnographic data, journal articles, blogs, research papers, newspaper reports, Center for Feminist Foreign Policy reports, and government publications. Next slide, please. Statement of problems. Feminist theories do not allow for the natural tendencies of men. They do men exactly what they claim was wrongly done to women for centuries. Care-based approach clouds the basic moral code. Next slide, please. Research objectives. There are numerous reasons why countries should adopt a feminist foreign policy. Among other things, it creates accountability and resistance to the anti-gender and anti-feminist movements and provides an opportunity to stand up for some of the most marginalized. The 7 reasons that countries should adopt a feminist foreign policy. Number 1, it's an ambition to create a more just world. Number 2, it creates accountability. Number 3, rights, resources, and representation. Number 4, it's an opportunity to stand up for and with some of the most marginalized. Number 5, it is a resistance to the anti-gender and anti-feminist movements. 6, it broadens our view on security. Number 7, it provides a framework for finally funding women's organizations properly. Next slide, please. Research question. Considering the feminist movement on gender role, the root causes of domestic violence against women, my research questions will be when and why do countries adopt a national feminist foreign policy? Next slide, please.
Please wrap up in a minute.
Yeah, one slide only. Yeah, conceptual framework. This is the last one. The core concepts in feminist theory are sex, gender, race, discrimination, equality, difference, and choice. There are systems and structures in place that work against individuals based on these qualities and against equality and equity. The concept of factors affecting the framework and adoption of a national FPP are the motivation of the state to adopt progressive feminist policies, different models of women empowerment that the dissertation inspects the resources and the agency available to global South developing countries to advance and achieve a national FFP. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Your second slide is a problematic because feminism doesn't believe that men are naturally violent or men are naturally like that. All of us are socially constructed. You must be knowing about Simone de Beauvoir's standards. The woman is not born, she is made. The same way man is not born, he is made. So feminism doesn't believe that men are naturally bad. It is the kind of upbringing they get. So I think that is going to become a problematic because your philosophical foundation of feminism itself will be questioned. So the rest of it is fine, excellent. But that particular thing that feminism doesn't accept the natural man, no man is, that is what the social Darwinists think. We don't think like that. We think that all of us are socially constructed, the way we are socialized. In fact, after Bhavri Devi was raped, the women who supported her, there was so much of burnout. They all went on a hike to Himalayas. And for 6 weeks, they were just climbing up the mountains. Nowhere did they hear a single bad word about women. They were not protected. They had nothing except their sleeping bag, and they were sleeping on the mountains at night. No man came to harass them. That means these men in Himalayan valleys, they were not taught to be misogynist. They were not taught to be aggressive. Mother Nature was harsh on them, but men were not harsh on women or children. So I think this is the social, the upbringing that makes you. So I think that particular slide, you just think over it, because feminism doesn't believe in that kind of a man who is a naturally aggressive or violent or this thing. That is what the diplomats who believe, who to not give important assignments to. We don't believe. Simi.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. And nice presentation, Parvez ji. And my point is about when you have mentioned the various aspects of a progressive feminist foreign policy, there were many other things. And if you could just incorporate the concept of equality you have mentioned, equity needs to be incorporated, and how all these, my suggestion is that how all these concepts can be situated in the in terms of Bangladesh. So that will give your whole research a very nice output.
And it will be something new also. Yeah.
Yes, it will be
because you
something
will also bring so many ground level realities and capture what is happening in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has a record of so many women in public life. And currently our fellow feminist who was also resource person for IMPRI, and she's also addressed feminist foreign policy in the previous 2 courses. She's also Akhtar, no? And Farida Akhtar. She's in the cabinet.
Oh, yes, advisor. Yeah, advisor.
Farida has addressed these courses in the previous 2 cohorts. Yeah, feminist foreign policy. She spoke on feminist foreign policy and climate issues.
Yeah. She. I mean, she's very prominent in women
So
empowerment.
even her interview or some case studies of such women who are working, because her work in fact, Gayatri Spivak became grounded because she traveled with her from New York to Dhaka. And on 8 hours, she got a heavy dose of feminism and ecofeminism from Farida to this. So that's what, it's a legend that Farida has been extremely influential.
Yeah.
That would make increase the value of your chapter very much.
I will talk to her and will give you a reference.
Yeah. And even if she gave a keynote address to gender law in Sophia College online because she had to visit the flood affected areas. She could not come to India. We were ready to sponsor, but she gave online lecture. She pre-recorded lecture and she sent it to us. So even she, on online, at least you can, or even WhatsApp video, you can enter.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Professor Vibhuti ji and Dr.
And she respects, she respects IMPRI quite a lot. She has been even on the panel discussion of IMPRI.
So I feel honored to be a part of IMPRI and this fellowship. Yeah. And I am looking forward. I am looking forward to working with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and she is a distinguished visiting faculty of IMPRI, Madam Farida Akhtar. Yeah.
Wow. I will
Yes,
definitely
honorary.
meet her and we'll talk about you and IMPRI. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. All the best, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Parvez ji. Thank you, ma'am. Our last presentation for the day is by Samukezi ji. We have a video presentation by them. And Samukezi ji, if you're available, can you please unmute yourself?
Let's join. I saw the name.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hi.
Samukezi. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi,
Yeah,
good
yeah,
evening.
yeah.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Shweta, can we have the video presentation now?
Sorry, I think it's longer than 4 minutes, so you're more than welcome to just cut it at 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Last one, no? So we get. Okay. Yes, come.
Shweta, I think sound is not on this one.
I think this is 100%.
If you share, stop sharing and then share again and check for an option where it says share sound.
Okay, got it. Yes. Is it?
Good morning. Good morning. My
Yes.
name is Samagezi Mrulangwenya. I'm from University. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Samagezi Mrulangwenya. I'm from University of Limpopo, South Africa. Thank you for awarding me this opportunity to share my my study via this platform. I have not been very well in the past few weeks, and I'm still just trying to get back on my feet. So I'm just going to share a really snippet of what I thought I was going to do, and I'm still going to do even post the fellowship. So the title of my study is Transforming Diplomacy, Exploring the Possible Implementation and Impact of Feminist Foreign Policy in South Africa. So when I applied for the fellowship, eventually I thought I was going to probe further the possibilities of South Africa exploring feminist foreign policy, knowing that South Africa, in Africa or globally, it has been identified as one of the countries that has high numbers of gendered violence for a country that is not in conflict. So my thinking, my problematization and my articulation around the study was that if then South Africa can be able to make, a promise at an international level, then it could potentially be at a space where it could find solutions to end gendered violence. Not to create a bad or negative image about my country, we do have, really good policies on GBV. We have amazing laws and acts and policies. But what I've gathered is that we have a huge problem with implementation, where you find that there's a disjuncture between, the law, the legal framework, the legal document versus the implementation on the ground. So initially, if time had allowed and if I did not get this distraction of not being well, I wanted to do like a short film where I was going to like have conversations with different people and put it together, and just to share with you the lived experiences or the narration or what ordinary South Africans are feeling about the scourge of gendered violence in the country. So I can still do that. I still want to do that because I understand this is not the end of the fellowship. We still have to submit final submissions towards the end of the year. So my reason behind the study, this is a very personal study for me, as a Black woman who navigate my day-to-day existence in the country. Every day, and I have these conversations with friends and colleagues to say every day when I step out of my house, I'm always worried that am I going to make it back where men have become, more like people that we fear, where you step out and if a man asks for your number, you're so scared to not even give them your number because, you might end up being a person who gets missing and is never found. So we saw a wave of, movement organizing in the country, like hashtag Am I Next, hashtag the total shutdown. And these were strategic social movement organizing that were calling the government to account and to like really give attention to the gendered nature, the violence, the brutalizing of women's bodies, and not only women, also gender non-conforming persons, and also sometimes in some instances men and children. So we saw how grassroots movement, they uprooted this uproar and called this attention to the government to take a stance and to do something about gendered violence. So different scholars are writing, like Reggie 2022 saying, that we have South Africa has the highest rate of sexual violence globally, would report that, sexual violence occurs approximately every 35 seconds. And that is a very scary statistic, um, giving you again that idea that you always have to navigate our movement, always have to navigate the way we move and the way who we speak to, always having to watch over our back. So I'm not going to go over everything because I might not have enough time, but one of my objectives that I wanted I have 3 objectives for the study. The first one, no, 4, but one that I can quickly share is I wanted to analyze our current foreign policy and how it aligns with gender equality principles. So I wanted to check the tenets of the current foreign policy and what does it say about gender principles, how it's planning or it's making commitments to uphold gender equality and eradicate all instances and all visibility of violence. So I wanted to also identify, possible challenges and opportunities in implementing a feminist foreign policy approach to foreign diplomacy in South African context. Because, the identity that South Africa has carried, which is negative, that we are the rape capital of the world, it also has negative implications to South Africa's partners at a global level. It also has implications to different industries in the countries like tourism and so forth. So I love my country and I would want to contribute into making it, a livable, friendly, and safe country. So then, for me, then exploring the possibility of a foreign policy would mean then that it goes beyond just thinking about domestic policies, but thinking about this international commitment that we can make. I'm sorry this is a bit longer, but I really tried to summarize everything in this short time that I had. I appreciate the space. I am getting better and thank you so much. And I look forward to hear what other fellows have been up to when I catch up from the video recordings. But thank you so much and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuskiji, for a very, very moving presentation and being so authentic about your analysis on gender-based violence and the protest and the resistance with the collective voices of women have been doing. We express our solidarity, and I think your paper is going to be, your chapter is going to be very, very useful because we have only known more about the anti-apartheid struggle and the gender-responsive budgeting in South Africa, but some of the internal dynamics which have emerged in last 10 to 15 years, we don't know much about it, and I think it's going to add to new knowledge. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
My side, I would like to congratulate you, and I'm so proud of you to having made this audio and video recording. And I hope that you are getting better now. And I really look forward to reading your work. And I'm sure it's going to be very, very powerful. Best wishes and congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Samu KZG. Thank you, everybody. This brings us to the end of our presentations for the Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship. We do have a couple of videos left over, but in lieu of time, I think we'll share them with the experts for the feedback. We can gather those later on since the participants are also not available at the moment. With this, I think I'll go for the closing remarks to Professor Vibhuti Patel and followed by Dr. Simi Mehta. Ma'am, over to you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I need to charge my earphone. Yeah, okay. So now I think it's very difficult to encapsulate what all has transpired in terms of the extremely well-researched, data-driven, and analytically rigorous and theoretically robust presentations made by more than, I think, 15 world-renowned scholars for this course, and also 54 presentations we had from our participants. On 6th of December, we had 18 presentations. On 8th of December, we had 12 presentations, and today we have had 24 presentations. What emerges, I can just give the trend analysis and the major highlights of all the presentations, and this in terms of scope, in terms of issues, and in terms of the common knowledge that emerged, the collective wisdom that emerged. First of all of us are united in expressing that gender consideration should be integrated in all aspects of diplomacy and foreign policy. Prioritization of discriminatory and laws has to happen, dismantling of the laws and social norms, and implementing special measures and quotas for women's equal representation. In the very first lecture it came. Feminist foreign policy initiative should be bottom-up, adequately resourced, designed in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders, and evaluated at regular intervals with engagement of communities they affect, and also accountability mechanism should be appropriate. The systems and structures should be made accountable in terms of conflict resolution, in terms of WPS agenda, in terms of SGD reporting. The third wisdom that emerged is that adequately resource sustainable development initiative, especially the climate change, with so many, more than 10 presentations related to the climate change challenges, and development of comprehensive, fully costed national action plan. Today, I think several presentations from the participants talked about national action plans for implementation of WPS agenda and gender equality issues, increasing the work participation of women, and the scaling up of resources to promote peace. I think that's very important in the context of Gaza, even in the context of current wars in several African countries, the resource crunch, which the aid workers have reported as this thing, even in the context of crisis faced in Afghanistan. Allocation of resources, sufficient resources to support global and regional research on the feminist foreign policy, and it should be mainstream in the academic discourses. That is also very important. Scaling up and amplification of successful models in terms of crisis management, disaster management is very important. And climate and environmental policies within the framework of feminist foreign policy should have a broader efforts of advancing gender equality. It is not only scientific intervention or the intervention for disaster management, but every step should be gender inclusive, and it should promote gender equality, recognition of women and girls as agents of change, and facilitating their full and equal participation in design, implementation, and in terms of decision making should be there. Women are not just victims of the climate tragedy, but they have a resilience. I think that also came out from the presentation of both Nepal and Bangladesh. Ensuring feminist foreign policy supports to just transition. I think just transition is a very important issue, with one of the resource persons brought in, especially Dr. Vaidya Nayanar had brought in the question of just transition. And also climate activists are also talking about just transition, where you are not only just by introducing solar energy or wind energy, you are not solving the problem, because what are the technologies we are using to harness those energy? In that, if you are using the mining and you are using child labor, so that has now become a current issue, that just transition should not cause more marginalization, exclusion, and vulnerability of those who are already vulnerable. That means forest dwellers, indigenous people, and the rural folks. They should not be penalized for attaining this quote unquote just transition. That is the latest discourse happening globally and mostly in the Asian countries. A use of feminist foreign policy to shift the focus of the WPS agenda and peace building more broadly to conflict prevention, and also develop a long-term vision and strategy for achieving positive peace. Because the classification of negative peace, that means you just have ceasefire and stop war. But what is positive peace? Positive peace is a complete rehabilitation of war-affected people, the kind of challenges we are facing currently in Gaza and Sudan and Ukraine. So that kind of approach has to be there. And we should have an intersectional approach right from the very first lecture, and by Dr. Simi Mehta and Dr. Madam Mishra, most of the speakers and experts, they emphasize intersectional analysis of gender norms, colonialism, decolonial efforts, unequal power relations, which are the root cause of conflict, and also resisting the securitization. That means militarization. Dr. Manisha Madhav's lecture, she talked about that, how in the name of securitization, most of the budget is going for military endeavor, and it is a competitive securitization. If one country gets into arms and the arms race, that has taken away the major allocations from the developmental needs. So I think these are some of the very important concerns with the peace builders and human rights defenders. Even among the participants, we have so many of them who are directly engaged in a peace building effort, and also human rights investors, especially our friends from Myanmar who are now in exile. Who are participating in this course. So investing in capacity building and support for developing countries is significantly very, very important. And what we need is also high quality gender disaggregated data by income, gender, race, ethnicity, migratory status, disability, geographic location, and other characteristics which are specific to certain national contexts, and also engaging in a multi-stakeholder partnership. I think today's valedictory address by Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, he also said that why it is important to have multi-stakeholder partnership to strengthen feminist foreign policy. Whether you use the term feminist foreign policy or not, that is also another question, because most of the Asian countries are keeping distance from this term. But gender equality, gender mainstreaming, these are the endeavors which are happening in Asian countries, and we should be open for a dialogue with them also. So respecting leadership and policy space of partners to implement context-specific sustainable development policies, and slowly and gradually increasing through dialogue, through network, through organizing such courses, creating a congenial and amiable atmosphere for discussing the feminist foreign policy frameworks is very important. So facilitating engagement of the private sector, of the politicians, of the government administrators, I think these are very, very important so that we can have more and more partners, and we should be ready to listen to all perspectives and voices, because they can play, and this kind of dialogue only will create new socially transformative gender equal world order. So it is, there are the whatever risks and rewards are there, we should be, all nation states should share fairly, equitably. Private investments in gender equality are not undermined by the impact of corporate activities, including those of multinational corporations and extractivist industries, especially the mining sector, and some of the human rights violation that we have seen in the African countries by the mobile industry, or by the extraction of more and more minerals by using women's labor, women and children's labor. So this kind of issues also come under. So it is not only the question of diplomacy and conflict resolution, but also what kind of trade relations and what kind of trade policies we have when we engage in the bilateral or multilateral trade. They also come under the purview. So I think it was a very important learning experience for all of us, and it expanded our horizons of feminist foreign policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And what a way to learn from you at the end of this Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship. Yeah, I am fully in agreement with you. This entire fellowship period has brought about rich scholarship, and also from scholars from all around the world. The upcoming scholars, the emerging scholars, and it is very heartening to see that there is an interest, and there is some kind of of a restlessness that the time is now, actually, and having or internalizing gender equality and gender analysis in various aspects across sectors, social, economic, political, environmental. This is the need of the hour, and this would actually ensure that the policy makers in the countries across the world would actually better understand the impact of foreign policy decisions that actually has its repercussions on the individuals and every part of the community, so that nobody is left behind. And this is actually the whole concept of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the world is one family, as it is espoused in the Upanishads in India. So it has been very fabulous, and I take this opportunity to thank the Asia Foundation and also my team at IMPRI. Thank you, Dr. Arjun Kumar, and everyone at IMPRI for having that kind of faith in each one of yourselves, that you will be able to do it. And most of all, our gratitude to Professor Vibhuti Patel for chairing the session and for so effectively delivering all the remarks and helping the upcoming researchers, emerging scholars with their presentations. And we really hope that there will be a very, very positive outcome out of this fellowship. And this is the first cohort, and we have great times to see. I wish all the scholars, all the researchers, fellows, all the best with their remaining of the fellowship, and I hope that you'll be able to incorporate the suggestions that have been put forth here. So thank you very much, and it's quite late. We have been able to sail through this very successfully. Thank you. It's very gratifying, very heartening. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Vibhuti, ma'am, and thank you, Simi, ma'am. With this, I think I'll proceed with the formal vote of thanks, and then we can conclude. This brings us to the end of Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, an online international winter school program, a 3-month immersive online introductory leadership certificate training fellowship program. I, Prankanigi, researcher at IMPRI, would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Asia Foundation, New Delhi, and IMPRI Center for International Relations and Strategic Studies, and IMPRI Gender Impact Studies Center, New Delhi. I would like to thank our chair, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, and the expert for today, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat ji, for taking out their valuable time and their thought-provoking insights on the topic. I would also like to thank Ms. Nandita Baruah ji and Dr. Simi Mehta ji for taking out their valuable time and providing us the suggestions for the presentations. Now, next, I would like to thank all the fellows who presented today on diverse perspectives and topics. We would like to thank our participants for making this fellowship a success by raising important questions throughout the fellowship and actively contributing to this thoughtful dialogue that is essential to the essence of this fellowship. Thank you for your engagement today. We hope that this fellowship will be a transformative and enriching experience for each of you. Have a good night, everybody. And yes, thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Priyanka ji. Yeah.